catch up with us, but we're going to go ahead and get started this morning for the meeting of the Board of Supervisors of April 29. Let the record reflect that three supervisors are present: Supervisor Church, myself, and Supervisor Askew. With that, we're going to turn and see if there's additions or corrections to closed session by council.
No additions or corrections.
All right, so we have closed sessions items 1A through C. We invite the public to share comment on these items by using the raise hand function via Zoom or coming forward in room. I don't see anybody in room, so we'll go to Zoom and see if we have any hands up. Seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and close public comment on our closed session. And at this time, we're going to recess to closed session for those items. Let the record reflect that Supervisor Alejo will join us shortly in closed session, and Supervisor Daniels will not be with us today. And at this time, I'm going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency with the same attendance, being Supervisor Church, Askew, and Lopez present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly and Supervisor Daniels not with us today. We're going to call for additions and corrections by the clerk on this agenda.
No additions or corrections.
All right, so looking at our closed session agenda, item 1A, we're going to turn to the public and see if there's any public comment on this item. I see nobody in room. No hands going out via Zoom, so we'll recess back into closed session, reconvening both of these meetings here at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. Get started here. It is 10:35, so I'm going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. In doing so, let the record reflect that all members are present, less Supervisor Daniels, who has an excused reason to be out of county this morning. With that, we're going to proceed with Diego Celes' announcement of the interpreter.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
And with that, I'm going to see if our Honorary Consul General, Blanca Sarasua, doesn't mind leading us in the pledge this morning. If you'd come forward to the dais and lead us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Blanca. Surprise. All right, with that, I'm going to turn to the clerk and see if we have any additions or corrections.
Yes, there is one, and that is to remove item number 3 under ceremonial resolutions.
All right, item 3 has been removed, will be put onto a future agenda due to illness. With that, we'll proceed and look at our ceremonial resolutions. Are there any comments or questions on our balance of resolutions this morning? Seeing none on the dais, we'll go out to the public. Any requests to remove an item from our resolutions for comment or question? Hearing none, I'll bring it back. Is there a motion to approve? Got a motion from Alejo, a second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. With that, we'll go to Supervisor Alejo, who's going to present a resolution this morning.
Good morning. It's always an honor to be able to recognize the amazing young leaders of Monterey County because we know that when they are doing great things at a young age, the future of our nation is in good hands. Today we approved a resolution to recognize our third recipient of the Monterey County Youth Poet Laureate by the Arts Council of Monterey County. So I want to call up Jackie Atchison. And our recipient, if we could give her a big round of applause, to Mia Pop. All right. Come on here in the middle. This resolution read, is Mia? Maya. Maya Pop is a sophomore at North Salinas High School with a outstanding GPA of 4.1. Don't we wish we had that when we were in high school? And Superintendent, you want to join us up here, Galvan? Since you're here in the audience, we're going to bring up your superintendent to be part of your honoring as well. Maya is the recipient of the Monterey County Poet Laureate for the Arts Council of Monterey County with a one-year term that starts this Thursday, May 1st. The mission of the Youth Poet Laureate is to elevate poetry in the awareness of Monterey County residents and to help celebrate the literary arts, serve as the advocate for poetry, literature, and the arts, and lead a community project that makes poetry more accessible, and contribute to Monterey County's poetry and literary legacy. Maya serves as the Salinas Youth Poet Laureate for 2024 through 2026, and she is the president and founder of the North Salinas High School's Poetry Club. She will elevate the exposure, participation, and celebration of poetry in Monterey County through the lens of the people. And she will also have the honor of representing young arts and culture throughout the county as well. So therefore, the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our residents and all the young people of all our communities, recognize and honor Maya Pop as a 2025-26 recipient of the Monterey County Youth Poet Laureate by the Arts Council of Monterey County. And we want to present you with this resolution here today on behalf of all the Board of Supervisors and congratulate you for your amazing work and your leadership. Give her a round of applause, everybody. And before we hear from you, we're going to hear from Jackie.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County. And this is Renee Jackson, our Arts Education Manager, who runs the Poet Laureate program for the adult Poet Laureate and the youth. And I just want to say thank you to our County Board of Supervisors for this resolution and for your support of this program we just started a few years ago. And it's just great to have a board who really values and understands the importance of the arts in our community. Thank you.
Superintendent, want to say something?
No, let you. We want to congratulate you and thank you for taking the leadership to encourage so many of your friends and colleagues at the school to do more of poetry. It's something that's in your heart, and so thanks for sharing your love and joy with all of us.
All right, now we get to hear from you. Want me to hold that?
Thank you. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I'm really grateful to be up here, and I'm very thankful to my family, my friends, and I'm grateful to God to be here. So I'm very happy, and I hope to have a good term as the Monterey County Poet Laureate.
Who do you have your family at Super?
I have my family. I have my mom, my grandma, my aunt, and her boyfriend.
All right, yeah. Well, we all know we don't do it alone. Oh, let me give you this. We don't do it alone. Thank you to all the family for supporting her. And I want to let the community know that there's another ceremony happening tonight, right, at 5:30 at the Marina Library, where she will be sharing some poetry along with some other poets in our county. So congratulations, and you make us very proud and make all of Salinas and Monterey County proud. Felicidades. Oh, you're going to hear? Yes, all right.
Okay. So my poem is called A Painting on the Wall. A painting in a gallery pinned to the wall, unable to move, always being watched and criticized. The sun sets and the moon rises, the sun rises and the moon sets. Again and again and again and again, over and over, every day passing like routine, stuck in place, stuck in a never-ending loop of time, stuck as an object only being seen with nothing beneath than what gives to the eye. Straying eyes watching every change, very few trying to figure it out. Look at that frame, they should have used different colors, they say, but never there's so much more than meets the eye. How beautiful, I love her, as such a work of art. Only the artist seeing its true beauty. I am that painting, and I have not found my artist.
I went to the photo now. Congratulations. Cool Vikings. All right. Thank you. Very proud of you. All right. Oh, yeah. Family picture. Yes. That's how we do it in Salinas. All the family. All right, okay, yeah. All right, thank you for coming here today. Thank you to all the family. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Maya. We're all very proud of you and honored to see what you do in your term as the Monterey County's Youth Poet Laureate. Okay, with that, we do have one appointment on today's schedule. Is there a member of this body who wishes to pull our appointment? Seeing nobody, we'll go to the public, see if there's anybody who wishes to pull our appointment this morning. Seeing nobody in room, seeing nobody putting their hand up via Zoom, we're going to bring this back for action. Got a motion from Askew. Is there a second? I'll second it with a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, with that, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and jump into the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency agenda reconvening, calling to order. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, less Supervisor Daniels. And with that, we have one item on consent. Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove two items from consent? Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from consent this morning? Seeing nobody on the dais, I will go out to the public. Seeing nobody coming forward in room, I'm going to go to Zoom. Seeing no hands up via Zoom, I'll bring it back. I've got a motion from Supervisor Alejo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. With that, we are going to recess and reconvene the Board of Supervisors agenda once again, with the roll once again showing that Supervisor Daniels is not with us this morning, but the rest of the supervisors are present. We're going to look at our consent calendar consisting of items 18 through 44. Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from consent for comment, alternative action, or questions? Seeing nobody coming forward, we'll go to the public. I see one member of the public coming forward, and we'll invite folks joining us via Zoom to use a raise hand function, *9 via landline, in order to be recognized. And with that, we'll go to Ms. Eloise Shim. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, supervisors. I'm Eloise Shim, and I want to comment about 36 and 37. So the Junipero Serra and the Victory Mission, this last Saturday I attended the Asian cultural experience, and I was walking home on Saturday, and I went on Soledad Street where they have both the mission and the Junipero Serra building. And all of the buildings that are associated with Chinese Association, including number 37 and 39 Soledad, which is on the National Registry, were filled with graffiti and spray paint. And there were vagrants inside of the cyclone fencing with dogs. And I think that maybe the directors of the Junipero Serra and the Victory Mission could get those referrals for the social services to remove the graffiti and to disallow any people going inside and around those buildings because they're clearly marked as private property and it's very visible, and they shouldn't be allowed, that's wrong, to go in there and to destroy those buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shim. Anybody else in room? Seeing nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom. I think we have a couple hands up.
Esther?
Esther, we'll go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and give you the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Esther Malkin, Monterey County Renters United. I just wanted to check in with the board because back in August of 2023,
Esther,
there was a referral sent in to staff.
Esther, can I ask which item you're speaking to? We're on our consent calendar now, not general public comment.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was general. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you. Again, for those folks on Zoom, we're on our consent calendar. Please let us know which item you're wanting to speak to, and we'll give you the floor.
D. Guerrero?
D?
Good morning.
We can hear you now, Dee. Can you let us know which item you're speaking to?
Okay, good morning, supervisors. I wanted to speak on our contracts with Victory Mission and with the Franciscan workers, which is actually Northeast Kitchen. I can reach out to both of them. I don't know if they're designated historical sites where we can use funds from a different allocation, but I will speak to both of them, letting them know that even though this is our contract is much different than what was brought forward, that there was a concern by the community about the graffiti on these historical buildings.
Thank you, Dee. We appreciate that follow-up. All right.
Thank you.
See no other hands up, I'll bring it back to the board for action. Consent. Got a motion from Alejo, a second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. With that, we are at general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, and we invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom. I see Eloise coming forward. We'll start in the room first. So Eloise, we'll give you the floor.
Okay, good morning again. I'm Eloise Shim. Today at the Buddhist temple in Chinatown at 6 o'clock, there will be a town hall for those who are interested in how the Chinatown revitalization project should go, because the city of Salinas is initiating a Chinatown revitalization, and some of those buildings, those historic buildings, are on the chopping block for demolition because of all of the damage that has been done to them. So, if you're interested in that neighborhood and you want to see what should be done there, you can attend that meeting today at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Eloise. All right, with that, nobody else coming forward in the room, we're going to go to Zoom, and we'll go back to Esther first. Esther, we'll give you the floor.
Good morning again. Esther Malkin, Monterey County Renters United. I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for making such an effort on helping our immigrant population deal with the trauma that they're going through with everything happening under the new administration in DC. I want to just point out, first of all, I don't see a timer, so I don't know how much time I have right now.
It's running at the bottom
I
of the
just wanna
screen. You have
point
about
out
a
that-
minute and a half left.
Right. Okay. The timer's up now. So pretty much all of those immigrants are more than likely renters. Very few of the renters in the county are ever going to be able to be homeowners. And so given that, Salinas is a majority renters, and the whole county is basically almost all the jurisdictions in the county are. So I'm asking you guys to please try and pay attention to the renter plight. We can't afford to keep losing renters in addition to our immigrants if we want to be able to function as a county. Back in 2023, there was a referral with the staff being asked to gather some data on renters in the unincorporated areas of the county, as well as looking into some evictions and who was being evicted. And, the number one group being affected right now by homelessness, that our renters are becoming homeless, are families. So I just want to point out to you all that at some point, you're not going to have a choice but to have to address the renter problems if you want to continue hanging on to residents in this county that are keeping it functioning. So hopefully, we can make some progress on that with this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Anybody else via Zoom? Okay, see no other hands up and nobody coming forward in the room. We're going to go ahead and close public comment. At this time, we're going to have a special presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Alejo and join him down below. If our colleagues want to join us as well, this is an opportunity to recognize those who assisted in making sure that our community was aware of their rights as immigrants here in Monterey County.
All right, I think Supervisor Lopez is going to join me here. Good morning, everyone. I'm here as the co-chair of the Monterey County Immigrant Rights Ad Hoc Committee, along with my colleague Supervisor Lopez, that we formed last December in anticipation of what was to come under the new administration. And this year certainly began as a sad and troubling chapter in our nation's history, where unfortunately many of our immigrant communities are under attack and are being persecuted, and our families, workers, and students are experiencing unprecedented fear, anxiety, and uncertainty for what may come next. Every day we are seeing new draconian actions take place, not just against the undocumented, but even U.S. citizens and those with legal protective status. Dr. King once said that the ultimate measure of a person is not where one stands during times of comfort or convenience, but where one stands during times of challenge and controversy. But this morning, the County of Monterey wants to take a special moment to thank and recognize and commend a few local heroes who during these challenging and controversial times stood up, did what is just, and collaborated with us as a county to carry out a major Know Your Rights campaign in an effort to empower our residents with knowing their legal rights and what resources exist out there for them during these challenging times. And I have to say that our communities stepped up in a big way, and I could not be more proud of the many volunteers, county staff, businesses, ag and hospitality, local law enforcement leaders, labor unions, and ordinary citizens who cared enough to help our most vulnerable. First, I want to thank my Board of Supervisor colleagues, our CAO, our County Council, and other county department leaders and staff for their support and putting county resources in defense of our immigrant communities. And I want to thank my staff and the staff of Supervisors Lopez, Askew, and Glenn Church, who also helped as well. But this morning, we want to present special frame proclamations to our key partners who are instrumental to carry out 4 major immigrant rights forums in Salinas, Greenfield, Pajaro, and Seaside, all corners of our county. They volunteered many valuable hours and contributed significant resources to make these events a great success. And we simply couldn't have done it without them. And it's important to take a moment to say thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your concern for our neighbors. There are many people to recognize here today. We had over 30 organizations. We cannot all do it today. We had many dozens of volunteer lawyers, but we want to make sure we make a certificate of recognition for them available after today. So now I want to pass the mic to Supervisor Lopez and my colleagues, and we'll start the presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just want to thank all those who are here today and those who couldn't join us, who took effort from our early childhood education leaders to our schools to really everybody. When I looked across those rooms and saw business leaders, ag leaders, our arts leaders, even in certain instances in South County, joining us in the room to empower themselves with information that they could share with community, I know many folks are wondering, we're still in the middle of this. How is it going? It's changing every single day. But the fact is that we've built a strong foundation of education within our community to empower them, to understand what their rights are, to understand how we are working together to push back on their behalf. It's still very much a shifting landscape, but pausing today to thank you for the work, collaboration, and connections that we've built that are going to continue to empower our community as we move forward through these trying times is critical for us as a board. So stopping today to say thank you is something we have to do almost every single day in our lives. But this is an opportunity for us as a board to stop and say thank you to those volunteers, those partners, those collaborators who have made sure that our community is empowered. Thank you for being here today, for showing up to each one of the Know Your Rights forums, and for being our partners through this trying time for our community. With that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Askew.
You guys said, I mean, it really is the opportunity to say thank you. It's the words feel so inconsequential when we consider the gravity and the significance of what it is that we're facing. So just acknowledging that, I think it's important, and I'm so grateful. I'm grateful every single day that I get to sit on a board with colleagues who are so clear and so willing to speak up about the values that we hold as a county of Monterey, but we're able to hold these values because our community has been so clear and so forward and so willing to speak up and use your voices about who we are as a community, how we value our neighbors, and how collectively we're willing and committed to standing up and saying that we love our neighbors and we will stand up for their rights. It's not just about me or those of us who stand in this room, but really it's up to every single one of us in this county who are every day, whether it's in a classroom with an elementary school teacher or an art teacher or a doctor, who make it the commitment to have red cards available in their offices, a housekeeper who's willing to make sure that they're educating the next door neighbor, so that collectively it's all of us who keep all of us safe. So I want to say thank you to my colleagues for being folks who lead with integrity and leadership and are willing to use your voices in ways that really allow everyone else to use their voices. I'm so proud to be a part of this community, and thank you. Really is just the most two words that have that come out, but there's so much more beneath that, and I will end with that. But thank you.
Knowledge is power, and this is what this was: an opportunity for people to understand their rights and their basic rights, and that applies to all of us. It's really our most precious thing we have in this country is our constitutional rights, and it belongs to every one of us, to be able to express those, to defend those, to keep those going as they have been for centuries, and we have to keep vigilant and fight for that. And that is an important part about this is that it applies to everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. And that's what I think is really the part of the significance of what we did here and what we have to defend and we have to continue to go for. So it was really as been pointed out, a very collaborative effort, involved a lot of people, a lot of diverse people in this communities and in this county, I should say. And this is a step going forward. It's not something to be, well, we did that, we're done. No, we did that, let's keep going. There's more to do.
Exactly. And now we're going to we're going to have 5 different groups. We're going to call up the different recipients of each group, and then we'll take a individual picture with the smaller group, and then at the end we want to take a big group with everyone. But each of these recipients will receive a proclamation, and it wants to document what we're experiencing right now. And it reads in part, on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we hereby commend and thank you for your tremendous leadership and for being a pivotal part of the County of Monterey's efforts to educate our immigrant communities, families, and workers about their legal rights during these uncertain and challenging times. Together, we organized 4 Know Your Rights forums in Salinas, Greenfield, Pajaro, and Seaside, and they were attended by over 1,500 people in person, 800 in Salinas, 350 in Greenfield, 250 in Pajaro, and 125 in Seaside. The Salinas Forum was the largest forum or town hall the County of Monterey has ever organized in its history. Local school districts opened their facilities and partnered to make these efforts possible. All the forums were aired on YouTube and Facebook and have now been viewed by tens of thousands of more people, and over 100,000 red cards were printed and distributed by Monterey County and our county partners. The forums included one-on-one consultations with volunteer immigration law attorneys who provided direct assistance to about 280 individuals, and dozens more attended the family caregiver workshops, also led by local attorneys. Dozens of community organizations and agencies provided direct outreach during the community resource fairs held at each event, and dozens of community leaders volunteered. Our county was the first in the state to set up a comprehensive Know Your Rights website, placed television commercials on Spanish radio and TV, and created indigenous language videos for our indigenous residents. The County of Monterey also advocated for state legislation and joined several federal lawsuits aimed at protecting our immigrant communities. The County of Monterey hereby commends you for being a critical part of these historic collaborative efforts and helping educate thousands of immigrants in Monterey County about their legal rights and reassuring them that we stand in strong support of them and their families. We salute you for being a dedicated leader who stood up during these challenging times to assist the most vulnerable in our communities. And so with that, the first recipients we want to call up, we want to recognize the amazing local respected reporter, Adriana Frederick, and local news stations Noticias Univision Costa Central. If they could come on up. And station manager Sean Strayed is with us. Adriana originally agreed to be our extraordinary MC and forum facilitator for our first forum in Salinas, but then she agreed to stay on tour with us to do all 4. Adriana is a trusted journalist, and she delivers key news to thousands of Spanish-speaking households throughout the Monterey Bay region. But she can also MC and facilitate a legal rights forum like no one else, asking good questions and captivating the interest and engagement of the audience. She was such a key part of its success, but her heart is always with the community that she delivers the news to each day. And local news station Univision 67 was also a great, amazing partner who provided generous public service announcements for all 4 forums and did excellent advanced promos during the news broadcasts before each event. And this is not the first time. They also did the same for us back in 2017 when we needed them. And we want to commend them for their tremendous leadership. And let's give them a round of applause. All right. We want to get 2 supervisors in this. Yeah. And we'll pass the mic for a few words of each.
Well, first of all, I'm really honored to be able to be the MC for these forums. So much information. It was a lot of fear in our community. And because of this forum, people were able to get the right information in the right time about services, about help, so they can go on with their lives. So thank you for being able to do these forums, and I feel really honored to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for having us and recognizing us. As broadcasters, we have a responsibility to our community, and we're with you today and tomorrow. So thank you for including us.
Okay, next we're gonna honor our school districts. Our schools and teachers and staff are trusted places and people in our communities. When we reached out to them, these school districts were very willing to partner, open their schools to host these forums, help us reach out to parents utilizing their communication systems. They brought out their staff to help us, and they also used their many resources from chairs and tables, large PowerPoint screens, translation equipment, and childcare services. They did it all. So I want to call up these amazing school district partners. First of all, from the Salinas Union High School District, Superintendent Sandra Jo Galvan. Thank you. From the Salinas City Elementary School District, Superintendent Rebecca Andrade. From the Alisal Union School District, we have Representative Diana Garcia also. From the Greenfield Union School District, we have Interim Associate Superintendent Christine Vasquez, Director Mira Villagomez, and Board Member Jurgen Smith from Greenfield. Yeah. David Kong, the School Board Member. Yes, please bring up all your team when we call you. Thank you. From the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, Ruby Vasquez and Brenda Guzman from the Family Engagement Team. Are you here? Thank you. And last but not least, from the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, Superintendent P.K. Diffenbaugh. All right. And Pajaro Valley's over here. And one last partner that couldn't attend today, but I want to give her a special shout out. That's Dr. Carissa Purnell for always being an amazing help with our Salinas Forum and one of our unsung heroes here in Salinas. So I want to pass the mic to a couple superintendents, Superintendent Galvan and P.K. Diffenbaugh, to say some words on behalf of our school districts.
Well, first and foremost, on behalf of our school district, we just want to thank you for having the initiative and the integrity and really the forefront to stand in unity with our community. So first and foremost, thank you to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you to the chairs, Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Lopez, for just taking the initiative. Across this great nation, as superintendents, we connect with a lot of our colleagues, and it is not the same everywhere. And for us to be able to take a bold stand to say that we stand with our community, that we stand in unity to support the vitality of our Salinas and our Monterey County is a bold position. And we're just so grateful that we stand with you. Also want to say thank you so much to all of the partners out there, the law firms, our law enforcement teams, and so many others that want to protect our citizens and essentially the students that we serve every day. As a secondary superintendent, the students are very aware of what's happening around them. And when I go into schools and talk to them, they tell me precisely how scared they are that they may go to school and they come home and their parents aren't there. And so it is real. And we just thank you so much on behalf of all of the students in the Salinas Union High School District that you also stand with. So very grateful for this opportunity, honored to be awarded this. This is not mine, it belongs to our entire school district for the amazing work that they do. And I just want to put an exclamation mark on Dr. Purnell. She is a gem, she's a jewel. I'm so grateful she's on our team and the work that she continues to do in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to echo the comments just to thank the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Askew, and others for your partnership. You made it easy to partner with you. You said, hey, can you open your doors? Can you provide childcare? And we're going to take care of the rest. And you were true to your words. So very much appreciate that. I think that the quote that Supervisor Alejo said really rings true in terms of you can see the character of a community not in times of comfort, but in times of crisis. And time again, from COVID to the current, which I would say is a crisis, what's happening to our communities as a result of federal government, we step up and show our moral clarity. We step up and show our character, and we band together as a community on behalf of our families and our students. And so I'm so thankful, I'm so proud to stand with other superintendents who from across the county are lockstep in arms, saying that we will do whatever it takes for our kids, irregardless of whatever type of threats that are out there in terms of funding or whatnot. We are here for our students, and we will always be here for our students. So thank you so much, and very, very honored to be a part of this. Thank you.
Take a photo. Yes, and please hold on. We'll take a big group picture at the end, okay? Yeah. And thank you, school districts. And we know that what happened in LA Unified, where federal agents came looking for young students. So the threat is real in our schools. Next, we're going to our law enforcement leaders and our special presenters. For our forums, we are very intentional about including our local law enforcement leaders to provide a reassuring message to our immigrant communities. No one can deliver such a message like our sheriff or our local police chiefs, and we want to really thank them for being willing to speak directly to our immigrant communities. So today, we want to call up representing Monterey County Sheriff Tina Nieto, Commander Andres Rosas, and any of your team that is here, please come on up. And representing Greenfield Police Chief Guillermo Mixer, Senior Sergeant Leonel Guzman, if you're here. And Watsonville Police Chief Jorge Zamora was not able to join us, but we want to present him a proclamation later. Oh, he is here. Wow, he made it. All right. Dang. How you doing? All right. Thank you, Chief, for making it. And we also want to call up Monterey County Health Department Director Elsa Jimenez. Elsa attended all 4 forums. And she was key because she spoke on the mental health resources that are available to our youth and families, which is pivotal at this time. And she had her team with us, and many times was the last person to leave with us at the end of the night. Lastly, we also want to thank Mexican Consul General Alejandra Bologna, who would come from San Jose or send her team to most of the forums. And she couldn't join us today, but she's always been a strong part of these efforts, and we want to recognize her for her work. So we want to see if somebody from the sheriffs and the chiefs want to say some words, and Elsa.
So on behalf of Sheriff Tina Nieto, thank you, and we are very grateful for being able to be a part of the efforts throughout the county. The Monterey County Sheriff's Office continues to respect the parameters set forth in the Truth Act and the Values Act, and we respect the fears that our community members have, but we carefully balance that out with the need to make sure that violent criminals are taken out of our communities and not those that have come here to work hard and to seek a better life for themselves and for their families. So again, we're very honored to be a part of this group.
So on behalf of the Health Department, thank you very much for the special recognition, and thank you for being bold in times of crisis and really leading the way in terms of ensuring that our community members, especially our most vulnerable, disenfranchised communities of color, continue to see the county and its services as a safe place, as a haven for them to continue to receive the vital services that they need to live a healthy and a physically and mentally healthy life. So thank you for doing this, and thank you for inviting the Health Department to be part of this great effort. And thank you to the community for continuing to come to your clinic appointments, allowing our public health nurses to continue to come into your home, continuing to come to our environmental health to get your restaurant permits, and for inviting behavioral health to come into your home and into the community to ensure that you know the resources that are available to you. So thank you for continuing to put your trust in us. We are here to support you, and we'll do everything we can to protect you while you are receiving services by the County Health Department. And to the Health Department staff that were there, at all 4 of them, thank you so much for taking the time away from your normal 40-hour-a-week day to continue to support our community residents as far down as Greenfield and as far north as Pájaro. So thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Greenfield, we're very thankful to the supervisors, our volunteers, and everybody was part of this. Greenfield are a community, they said it here, they are in fear. So having the opportunity to sit down with them and explain to them what our role is was very beneficial. So we are very thankful to be part of that, and thank you for the honor.
Chief Zamora.
Buenos dias. Thank you for inviting me. In a time of uncertainty and fear, the only thing I will offer, and the Poet Laureate really inspired me earlier, by the way, and I will say that beyond a place of right doing and wrongdoing, there is a field. I will meet you there. Rumi taught us that. So we're experiencing a lot right now. And have you ever been afraid to go buy groceries? My family members are. So thank you all for the work that you do. And if there's anything that Watsonville PD can do for you, we're here for you. So thank you.
Chief, can you get over here on this side? Stay in the center. You gotta stay in the center. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief Zamora and I graduated high school together, so we go way back. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for being here, for your leadership, Chief. Next category, we're going to honor the Diocese of Monterey and a few truly amazing local attorneys. First of all, we want to call up Deacon David Ford. Are you here? The Diocesan Chancellor of the Diocese of Monterey. We want to give them a special recognition because the Diocese of Monterey was so supportive in allowing our community volunteers to do outreach at all the Catholic churches in Salinas, Greenfield, Pájaro, at St. Patrick's in Watsonville and Seaside. The fathers made announcements during the church services, encouraging their members to attend, and allowed us to distribute thousands of red cards after each Mass. For the lawyers, most of these immigration lawyers and legal services organizations, but we also had many other lawyers also help us volunteer for the one-on-one consultations and also to provide the child care provider workshops. These lawyers traveled across the Monterey Bay region to help us, not only throughout Monterey County, but we had lawyers from Santa Cruz County and even San Benito County come join us. Many volunteered for the forums before we even held ours, and they've been doing these even after the ones we completed. These lawyers have been inspiring to watch and are volunteering to help workers and their families in so many different important ways. First of all, we want to call up the Executive Director of Catholic Charities, Angela Di Novella, who was exceptional. She was willing to spearhead the one-on-one consultations and coordinated that so very smoothly. We have 2 proclamations, one for her individually and one for Catholic Charities. Give her a round of applause, everybody. Next, Adriana Malgoza, the Executive Director of the Watsonville Law Center. She was at all 4 forums, and is just an amazing speaker, and we really appreciate her tremendous leadership as well. Thank you. Next, Magnolia Zaraga is a Salinas immigration lawyer and helped us recruit other attorneys, and she helped update our list of local immigration lawyers so that we can hand out to the community, and had just been an amazing partner. Magnolia, thank you very much. We appreciate your leadership. Next, she was also at all 4 forums and helped us in many different ways. We want to call up the Honorary Consul of Mexico, Salinas lawyer, Blanca Sarasua. And these other attorneys we want to call up, they were also very instrumental. Immigration lawyer Kalim Kramer of Catholic Charities, immigration lawyer Isabel Soto, immigration lawyer Chris Peterson, immigration lawyer Lisette Rodriguez Peña, and one who cannot attend, immigration lawyer Isabel Mora. Let's give them all a round of applause for. And we'll make sure we get your rezos here. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And we want to start with Angela. You want to start us out here? Thank you.
Okay, maybe. Okay, I'll stand. I know I can't hold. Thank you. No, I really want to say thank you to all of you and to our team, who's part of them is here. Maybe I can ask Brenda and Stella to come over too, and Michael is over there taking pictures. But I really want to thank all of our team who was there on all of our 4 different forums throughout our county. But thank you to all of you for. We said it today, how bold the decision was to hold this forum at a time, especially when people were deeply in fear and they were really afraid of coming out and being in community and being in spaces. So I thank you, Supervisor Alejo and Chris, and all of you for taking the big step and the bold to create community. I think information was important, and also we provided important services in providing consultations, and that was a huge service to a community that still don't know and facing uncertainties. But building community together with all these partners and with all the across sectors was really critical at a time that is much needed. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you so much for the County of Monterey and for you supervisors for putting resources. As a nonprofit, we often want to do a lot, but we can't because we don't have resources. But when we work together and we bring the resources to the community, it makes a huge difference. And so we want to thank you. The Law Center thanks you for dedicating resources and commitment to Monterey County, to every resident of Monterey County. We're going to turn 25 years, and we've been here serving undocumented communities since day one of the Law Center. We've been here before this administration, during this administration, after this administration, during this administration, and we will be here after, continuing to fight every single day for the rights of all Monterey County and all of our communities, all the state, every place. We will continue to fight. The Law Center is committed, and I thank our team, and we have a board member here. Without the guidance of a board, without our team, the Law Center wouldn't be anything, and so we appreciate everyone who has supported, and not only the Law Center, but my own commitment as Adriana has been to always fight for the rights of our communities as a daughter of a farm worker.
Aplausos. I want to accept this on behalf of all the attorneys that showed up and were present for the community, but I also want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, especially to Luis Alejo, Supervisor Alejo, because he was there answering my phone call, my text message on the weekend, late at night, and he really was a guiding factor in this, and it was an important step. It was the very first step, but they were visionary. They took the step. They gathered everybody together, and he really was there until the last minute. I saw him picking up chairs, cleaning up, when everybody else had left. So thank you for your leadership, and this is just one step, and the work continues. Thank you so much.
Señor Intérprete, good morning, honorable supervisors. Thank you so much. I'm going to, I thought I was banned from the mic after that debacle with the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry, I was thinking in Spanish. Quisiera agradecer a todos porque creo que todos somos un reflejo de nuestras familias.
I would like to thank all because I believe we're all a reflection of our families.
Creo que todos como familias nos inculcaron los siguientes atributos.
I believe that all as families were taught the following attributes:
compasión,
compassion,
conciencia,
consciousness,
compromiso.
commitment.
And I think this is the product of those values.
Yo creo que este es el producto de sus valores.
I would like to introduce who contaminated me. Ay, perdón, estoy hablando en inglés. ¿Quién me contaminó a mí con unos valores tan positivos?
I would like to acknowledge those very positive values.
Mi papá y mi abuelo. Mi papá se llamaba Aquilino, mi abuelo Quintil.
I would like to acknowledge my father and my grandfather. My father's name was Aquilino, and my grandfather's name was Aquino.
Ambos oriundos de Santa Catarina, Guanajuato.
Both were original from Santa Catalina, Guanajuato state.
Y mi papá llegó a Chular en 1945 para trabajar como bracero.
And my father arrived in Chular in 1945 to work as a bracero.
Es un orgullo colaborar con todas estas personas. Son un reflejo de la comunidad, no un reflejo del país, lamentablemente.
I'm very proud to work with this community. They are a reflect of the community, not of the country, unfortunately.
Pero vamos a seguir adelante. Quisiera agradecerlos a todos y creo que somos producto de nuestras experiencias y muchos de nosotros tenemos experiencias muy positivas. Muchas gracias.
We're going to go forge ahead, and we're a product of our experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blanca. Stay here. I forgot to call up two attorneys. Can we open some space here? We're going to call up these two other amazing attorneys. These attorneys were so exceptional. They spearheaded our last workshop of each night, assisting parents to fill out our family caregiver forms in case they found themselves in the worst case scenario of being separated of those they love the most, their children. We hope that never happens, but these attorneys help parents prepare for a worst case scenario. I want to call up these volunteer attorneys who came from Monterey County and Santa Cruz County. First of all, Attorney Tanya Harmony Rodino. If we give her a round of applause. And she wanted me to recognize her Child Care Safety Plan Coalition because she said it's not about me, it's about the team. And also Kelly D. Morgantini as well. Come on up as well. Stay right here. And I'll have you, if you want to say some words?
Nope, I really don't. They've all been said. I will say that, I mean, on a personal level, this is a really crazy time to be a white woman. So I'm just going to say that. You know, it's a really intense world. I'm feeling it in my own family. I think many of us are feeling it in a lot of different ways. So I'm just really, really proud to be a part of this amazing team. The Child Care Safety Plan Coalition started in 2017, first time around. So we were well prepared to launch this again. And it's the support in all community levels have been so really well received. Schools, churches, officials, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, we're really proud to be doing this work, and thank you so much for inviting us.
Sure. Well, giving an attorney a mic is always a dangerous thing. Everybody has always said, we've come from many, many years with Adriana saying, you know, we've been here, we're going to be here, and that's the truth. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Let's take a picture then. We need some people. Maybe 2 rows. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, last group here. This is our communications, our tech team, and a couple of extraordinary volunteers. Thank you, Deacon, and thank you to the diocese. First of all, we want to recognize our exceptional county communications director who led on putting up a comprehensive Know Your Rights website in a matter of just a few days. He did Know Your Rights videos in English, Spanish, and 4 indigenous languages, and he led the effort to print and distribute over 100,000 Know Your Rights red cards. No other county has done what we have done in our county. So let's give it up for our own Nick Pasculi, everyone. And sometimes we would say, hey, Nick, could you get this up? He goes, it's already up there. We got it done last weekend. He moved really fast. Next, we want to thank our contractor who led all the live streaming and recordings for all 4 forums. They were true professionals, and they helped even with the sound system and other needs at each forum. They went above and beyond the call of duty, and it is a pleasure to work and call up Alex from Mag 1 Media and his team as well. Thank you.
Yes. The capability that Alex and his team brought to the table was incredible. One of the things I want to highlight is I logged onto our live stream, and the first question I saw come in was from Minnesota. So when you talk about the reach of the forums, thanks to his team and their work, absolutely incredible. So thank you, Alex.
Last but not least, we needed a lot of volunteers, and there were a lot of people who stepped up, but a few did stand out because they were there for most of the time and did whatever needed to be done from beginning to end. Nothing was beneath them. Setting up chairs, tables, tablecloths, helping with parking, helping with the food and coffee, and even cleaning up at the very end. I want to make sure to give a special recognition to the dedicated staff of Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas. Come on up, the whole team. We also want to do for First 5 of Monterey County, Francine Rod and her team, if she's here. Yes, her team, come on up, Ramona. And building healthy communities helped us flyer at many of our Catholic churches. They couldn't be here today. They had a conflict, but we also want to give them a recognition as well. And we'll start with Nick Pasculi, and then we'll pass it to Alex and to Tom.
This is an honor for the entire communications team, Maite, Maya. Of course, we had Myra at our IT team. We worked closely with Alex, of course, and so many people. And our vendors, when I would call the printer and say we need it in 2 or 3 days, they were like, "What?" And we got it done. But this is poignant because in Pope Francis's last public address, he preached to the care of the marginalized, the vulnerable, and the immigrants, saying, "I would like us all to hope anew and to revive our trust in others, including those who are different than ourselves. May we heed this wish." Thank you.
You never told me you were going to give me a microphone, but I'm incredibly honored to be a great partner, again, with this board and the Monterey County. Thank you, Nick, so much for trusting me and my team to be able to provide this, really vital service. I know for me, each and every event was extremely important to make sure that it sounded the best, and of course that we're able to preserve that video to be able to use that to reach tens of thousands more potentially. So hopefully our tools will allow that to continue. But thank you.
So before I get into my comments, this was a brokered deal. We did not agree to be here unless we could be joined by the staffs of Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez. So you have to come up now because we have certs for you as well. So Linda, Priscilla, Javier, did he skip out? Jazz, you got to be up here. And the reason why is, for those keeping track, today's day 100. That's literally where we are. But why is fast action important, whether it be at our school districts, our county level, or state government? The reason why is Sunday, we saw what happened when fast action is not taken. We saw what happened when people do not speak up. Because Sunday was the anniversary of when the Salinas Assembly Center opened. For those of you who don't know the history, that was a place where in less than 150 days, nearly 4,000 Americans at its peak were locked up simply because their family had immigrated from Japan here in our Salinas. And so this fast action, it matters because when you do not speak up against what is unjust, it is that type of action that occurs. Less than 150 days, you saw a center open in our community simply because the nation said, no, that's okay. So we're grateful to supervisors here who did all these actions quickly. We're certainly grateful to all the staff of these organizations. It's not just immigrants facing the heat, though certainly they face the most of it. Just this weekend, AmeriCorps volunteers, or AmeriCorps staff, I should say, lost their jobs because grant funding was cut. There are many public servants right now who are afraid at the federal level that they may not have a job. And guess what they do? They are people who fight fires. They're people who work on levee projects. They're people who share the information about people who can apply for grants. So we are grateful not just to the leadership of the Board of Supervisors, but we are extremely grateful to the staff of the county who time and time again show up. Thank you.
After inauguration, I sat on a webinar and Adriana was speaking, and something she said was, we need to focus on our power and not the panic. And at First 5 Monterey, we definitely took that on as a rallying cry. And that's a lot of the reason why we participated in these forums, because we saw what is our community power, where is our place as an organization in this community. Our organization really speaks up for children ages 0 to 5 and their families. So these are vulnerable children who do not have a voice and look to us as adults to have voices for them. So we're really appreciative of the fact that the county held these events, that we were able to participate in these events, and we're grateful that we can all focus on our collective power together. So thank you.
Come on this way. We gotta squeeze in. I'll just gonna help us out. Chris, get back here.
name is on that cert. Now everybody, one big group photo.
This is a possible picture. Stay right here. We're going to do the best we can.
Oh, no.
If we do 2 rows, up here. We're going to need
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with the front row, then move back.
One more. Javi got one more.
Oh, and then the Catholic Diocese photographer as well.
Yeah, there we go. Get in there.
Thank you so much for all you guys do. Really appreciate you.
Yes, yes, yes.
job.
No, you guys in the middle. We're on the side. Yeah. Good honorees, everybody. Chris, one more. You want to get here in the middle? That's the center right there. Chris. One more.
Oh, see, now I'm in the middle. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're very proud of you.
Yes, thank you for all your leadership.
Thank you. Anytime you help, we need help.
All right, we're going to keep going here, see if we have any public comment on that presentation. I see no one in room. Do I have any hands up via Zoom?
There was one hand raised, 837, but they took it down. Oh, he's got it up now.
Okay.
837?
837, we'll give you the floor.
Unmuting. There he goes.
You got it?
Hi, this is Brian Rosen here. Trump is dangerously out of control right now, and we need to do a resolution and ask Mr. Panetta to do even more. And he's now taking U.S. citizen children, deporting them. It's just gone completely crazy. Now he wants to deprive all funding to states that are sanctuary states. Why is all of this happening? Maybe it's partly karma. Look how we treat the animals in the factory farms. And look what we've been doing to the Palestinians since the ethnic cleansing that's been going on since 1948 when their land was stolen from them. Maybe 1 million Palestinians have been killed. And they were overrun by immigrants, just like our Native Americans were overrun by immigrants. And our Native Americans, some of them, you know, when your family's killed and slaughtered and your tribe is killed, some people did some horribly gruesome things. And then the attitude was the only good Indian is a dead Indian. Well, it's very similar in Israel. They regard, there's always good and bad people of every group. You know, they're wonderful Native Americans and good, horrible ones. But in Israel, they regard them as human animals. Please ask Mr. Panetta to stop supporting this genocide. And of course, to thank him for opposing the Trump agenda. He's doing good on that. And we need everyone to speak out against this crazy, deranged. These are Nazis and fascists, as Tim Walz said. They're dangerous. They're taking over our country. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our media. They're destroying our educational systems. We're in a state of national emergency. You need to also warn the migrants, have blowhorns or something, send out text or something. Whenever ICE is anywhere near a courthouse, everyone's got to be notified through the loudspeaker. And because people are being kidnapped without due process, which is the right of every American to have due process. And the Republicans are going right along with this Hitlerian Nazi agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you very
Your
much.
time's up. Thank you. All right. Anybody else?
MPCC boardroom.
MPCC boardroom. And again, just speaking to the special presentation.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, sorry. My name is Monica Lal. I'm speaking on behalf of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, our board members, our members, our volunteers. We couldn't be more proud to be part of this county and the active and immediate action that our community took. Well-informed, well-communicated, well-coordinated. Thank you to each individual who took their time. This has made such a difference to our workforce, to the families who live here and contribute. We know these small businesses, whether they file ITNs or tax forms, still contribute to our tax base and are part of our community. They shop in our stores, they go to our schools. We value them, and you've given the whole community an excellent platform with which to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. All right, with that, we're going to close public comment on that item and proceed forward. Our next item is an update from Joby Aviation. So with that, we want to welcome their team. We have George Kavork as well as Cody Cleverly here to give us an update on what's happening with Joby.
Excellent, thank you. Looks like my mic is working. I'll share my screen via Zoom here for the presentation. Okay, it looks like we're live. Thanks for taking a few minutes for a quick update. It's great to be here and share a little bit around our workforce programs at Joby Aviation. My name is Cody Cleverly. I'm the workforce development lead at Joby, and excited to see you all here today. I'm going to go through a quick company overview. I think many of you know Joby. Certainly the supervisors do, but for those of you here in person or on Zoom, I'll give a quick overview about Joby and then kind of dive into some local updates around our workforce programs, some key partnerships, and just to make sure you're aware of our priorities in the region and in the state in the near term. So at Joby, we were founded in Santa Cruz back in 2009 and are a vertically integrated transportation company focused on developing, testing, manufacturing, and soon we'll be operating air taxis across the U.S. and talk a little bit more about our presence here in the region in a few moments here. Our aircraft is kind of the core to our future air taxi operations, and it's a piloted aircraft that takes off and lands vertically like a helicopter, but flies in cruise flight like an airplane. It's a all-electric aircraft, zero operating emissions, and we believe that it represents really the future of sustainable transportation in aerospace and aviation. Specifically, we designed this aircraft to serve a very specific market segment in aerial ride-sharing services or air taxis. So the range is about 100 miles, 200 mile per hour top speed. And some quick examples. So, we're talking about something that resembles flying Ubers. So, soon when we launch our service after we complete the certification process with the Federal Aviation Administration, customers across the U.S. and across the world will be able to request a Joby, just like you request an Uber, from an app on your phone. And this is just an example of what a route network might look like in the San Francisco Bay Area. Of course, the aircraft with a 100-mile range is capable of flying from here to San Francisco, say the San Francisco airport or other landing locations at vertiports throughout the city. This is just an example of what a route network might look like as we aim to revolutionize human mobility. Okay, so now I'm done with the overview and just want to talk through some of the key updates here. And I'm starting here with a slide about Ohio for a reason, because we made an announcement back in 2023 about expanding our production to Ohio, and wanted to acknowledge that within the context of the incredible expansion that we've had in the state of California since then, and that we continue to have, really to emphasize how core California is to our business. So as we prepare to scale a global air taxi airline, we of course are expanding our footprint across the U.S. Also in late 2023, you can see a picture here with Supervisor Askew, and we announced the groundbreaking for an expansion in Marina. So many of you, if you drive by Reservation Road, on Reservation Road, drive by the airport on your way to Salinas, or on your way from Salinas to Marina, you can't miss it. It's that big white building that's going up off the side of the road there. And I have a picture of a rendering here, but the building's real, and the exterior structure has been built, and we're now working through the internal improvements in preparation for operationalizing that space as we expand our production. Today, we operate about 200 or so thousand square feet of production space at the Marina Airport as that's where we make these aircraft. And this building will more than double that capacity when it comes online later this year and into next year. So we're really, really excited about that expansion. And I think the biggest message that I want to make sure that that you all as a board appreciate and that the public is aware of is that we're not going anywhere. And we're looking for opportunities to continue expanding in California. With that, our production facility in Marina is really core to our operations. It's where we make the majority of the aircraft components. It's where the aircraft are assembled into a complete aircraft and roll off the production line right here down the road at the Marina Airport. We make our powertrain and electronics components, circuit boards, flight computers, motors, and batteries, those types of components up in San Carlos in San Mateo County, and those parts come down to Marina to be integrated into our aircraft. And then, of course, our headquarters is in Santa Cruz. So the majority, the vast majority of our over 2,000 employees are right here on the Central Coast as we continue to expand. So I wanted to share some updates on workforce. So workforce is a key factor, obviously, that industry players look at when they're looking at where they should expand, and particularly in the context of manufacturing. And we're having tremendous success here, particularly in Monterey County, in large thanks to support from many of you here, as well as a lot of community partners, education partners in the region. So I just wanted to share some quick updates on some of those key programs. Because we're a vertically integrated business, meaning we do as much as we possibly can in-house, it requires that we have an extremely diverse and robust workforce in order to sustain that business model, which also means that we have lots of career opportunities for folks who want to enter this industry, but also growth within the company and industry once they come to Joby. So I just wanted to share an update about our advanced manufacturing apprenticeship program that was initially launched in 2023, but has grown tremendously in the last 2 years. This program was launched in partnership with Monterey Bay DART with funding from the James Irvine Foundation. And it was really designed in the lead up to the expansion that we're undergoing now in Marina to give us an opportunity to demonstrate that we could build a robust advanced manufacturing workforce here in the region, and that we could, take folks who have zero experience in manufacturing or aerospace and give them the training that they need to build those skills, and in many cases validate that certain skills outside of aerospace are highly transferable into aerospace manufacturing. So I just want to play this quick video of one of our apprentices, Aurelio Ortiz.
I used to work in the field straight from agriculture, didn't know nothing, didn't know anything about aerospace. I was working as a butcher too, cutting up meat, serving people all the time. That's a big change from a butcher and from agriculture to aerospace. My name is Aurelio Ortiz. I'm from Greenfield, California, and my job title is Airframe Assembly Level 2. I wanted to be able to provide for myself, my family. Agriculture helped, but we all know it's not enough. And pursuing a career, something like this, it does help both financially and mentally, because you have a peace of mind that you come in every day, you know what you're doing, and you're always surrounded by great people too. I get to have fun with carbon, get to drill into some carbon, titanium, sometimes even aluminum, bond composites together, make sure that all of the composites are within spec. Make sure that everything's within the millimeter range, ready for structural bonding. I'm hoping to use Joby to eventually go back to school. I am certified in aerospace now, but I do want to get certified in different fields. Stepping into something like this, aerospace, and being able to have the funds to be able to go to school really does help. I feel like I've grown enough to pursue for 15, probably even 20 years in the aerospace industry. Thankfully, Joby helped me get that with this apprenticeship. I mean, if someone from Greenfield can do it, anyone can do it. I want to go back to work. I used to work.
So yeah, we've Aurelio's just one example of folks who are here locally in the region have tremendous talent and just need an opportunity to apply that to a career like manufacturing or aerospace that gives them opportunities that they maybe didn't have access to before. We've hired apprentices across multiple manufacturing tracks, including a lot of these listed on your screen, composites manufacturing, robot operator and programmer, including quality inspectors who really are that final line of defense in aerospace for ensuring that the aircraft are made to specs and meet rigorous safety requirements. Since the launch of the apprenticeship, we've hired locally here in Monterey County alone over 70 full-time paid apprentices into this program. Each of those folks received 6 months of initial on-the-job training as part of that formal apprenticeship program. And over 90% of them have converted into full-time permanent positions at Joby across a broad spectrum of roles, many of them in manufacturing technician roles, others in supervisor roles, even including some folks on an engineering track as they continue to grow in their career just over the last few years. Just a few acknowledgments here. So, this program was created in partnership with Monterey Bay DART, but its success was the result of tremendous support from a number of nonprofits, community-based organizations, education institutions, including Mujeres en Acción, Monterey County Black Caucus, and the Salinas Inclusive Economic Development Initiative, as well as Hartnell College and the Monterey County Workforce Development Board. We have, in addition to the apprenticeship program, we've had the opportunity to create other programs that create opportunities for folks in slightly different situations. So one unique thing about the apprenticeship program is it's very tailored to folks who are making a full-on career transition in a full-time capacity, really committing themselves to the training and this new career path. And so we set out to create programs that would create opportunities for students in college, as well as others who aren't in a position to work full-time for any number of reasons. And so we've, with support from several partners, we've created several other internship programs, including extremely successful program in partnership with the Monterey County Workforce Development Board, where we've hired over 24 interns and it looks like we're gonna have another 15 this summer, starting in the next couple of months. And those folks come in from specific backgrounds, leveraging federal funds to make more of these opportunities available. And we've had many of them transition into full-time positions at Joby, go back to school, or pursue other opportunities. And some of them have come back to Joby actually into the apprenticeship. So some of them started as interns, went back to school at Hartnell or other local community colleges, and then came back to Joby and are now apprentices. And then finally, just a big shout out to the Workforce Development Board. Their on-the-job training program has facilitated opportunities for over 90 locals here in Monterey County. Some of them were in those apprenticeship programs, but others across a broad spectrum of roles in Monterey County, including engineering roles, IT, and other business support positions. And then just a quick look in the last couple of minutes here of what's next and what our core focuses are from a workforce standpoint. In addition to growing these existing programs that I described, we're in the process of launching a few new programs to build our local workforce here. One of them is a program, an apprenticeship program for aircraft mechanics. You can see here from this supply-demand chart, there's a global shortage of aircraft mechanics. This really encumbering the aviation and airline industry at large, and our region is no exception. In fact, in our experience, our region has been even more challenging than many other parts of the country, given the lack of aerospace heritage over the last few decades. And so we're launching on the kind of foundation of the success of our manufacturing apprenticeship program, we're launching an aircraft maintenance apprenticeship program. This program is designed to take a person with no prior aircraft maintenance experience and over 2.5 years give them all of the training they need to be a fully certificated airframe and power plant technician, which qualifies them to work on any aircraft, from a small single engine airplane up to the space shuttle. So that's kind of the gold standard for aircraft maintenance. Super exciting, again, in partnership with DART to really bring a lot of resources to ensure that we're thinking about this in terms of inclusive economic development. So, of course, at Joby, we're focused on ensuring we have the right workforce to meet our business needs. And DART and many other partners put us in a position to ensure that the programs that we create are aligned with what's in the best interest of the community. And so really excited to launch that program in the next few months. And then just a quick acknowledgement here. I'm sure you've all seen Governor Newsom's economic blueprint for the state, and just wanted to highlight several areas where our business and our industry directly intersect with these strategic sectors in a broad number of areas. And just wanted to highlight this so that as we have a bunch of conversations across the state around really the value of advanced air mobility to the state and local economy, it's reflected in the governor's economic blueprint. And then finally, my last slide here is just an acknowledgement of just a couple pieces of legislation that have really laid the groundwork for our industry to really thrive in the state of California, and to ensure that the state of California and the Central Coast in particular continues to be really the center of gravity for advanced air mobility across the country and across the world. And of course, we had SB 800 introduced by Senator Caballero in 2023, and then a win today, or a partial win in making progress towards AB 431 to integrate AAM into the California transportation system. So we're seeing lots of really good legislative progress. And then just a couple other things I just wanted to acknowledge in closing. We are in the process now of pursuing a Power Forward grant through the state of California to expand our battery production in San Carlos. So we're really excited about the potential there to dramatically expand our battery production and really ensure that we have a strong foundation for continuing to scale that production in the state of California into the future. And then also wanted to acknowledge some recent updates to the CIIP program that we're looking closely into for property tax incentives as we assess how that and other support from the state of California can trigger even further expansion for Joby in the state and right here in Monterey County. That's all I had to share.
All right, thank you. I just want to acknowledge one more time Aurelio was from Greenfield, if you couldn't hear it.
Yes.
He's from Greenfield. All right. With that, we'll turn and see if there's any comments or questions from the dais. Greenfield. It wasn't coming through on the video. Greenfield. Great. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for being here for the presentation. I'm glad you got a chance to sit through our earlier presentation, but we're just across the board just so pleased to continue to work with Joby Aviation in Monterey County. Really appreciate the continued commitment that Joby has to growing and building and working with and investing in the community and the people of Marina, the people of Monterey County. The commitment is felt in the community. It's seen in the community. We have folks renting homes in the community, kids going to school whose parents are working in the community. And Joby has really, your commitment to being a part of the community is something that we are seeing and feeling and really appreciate. So looking forward to continuing to find the ways that the county can partner with you as we grow together. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Good to see the progress happening. And first of all, Thank you to Joby Aviation for investing in Monterey County and our workers and our families, our communities. I think it's been very well appreciated all across the county. And these videos, when you put a human face to who is Joby providing jobs to and training to, it's a beautiful story. Yes, we acknowledged these immigrant families earlier, but these are the children of immigrants who are wanting a better opportunity, so wanting to learn new fields and great careers in electric, aerospace, aviation. This is a beautiful American story of not only of this innovative company, but how it's helping uplift the families in the communities that it surrounds. So thank you for that. The one question that came up is just on timeline. When will be the launch when you actually will see the aircraft actually functioning per your model in the United States or other parts of the world? When might we expect that to happen?
Yeah, absolutely. We're making tremendous progress in the certification process with the Federal Aviation Administration. And of course, the timeline is in their hands. They've never certified an aircraft like ours before. It's a clean sheet design. And so there's, of course, lots of precedent in aerospace, but other components that make it difficult for us to clarify an exact timeline. But you can certainly expect to see us flying aircraft here locally and in the U.S. in the next few years. And you may have seen that we've also made public announcements about intent to operate aircraft in other parts of the world, including most notably Dubai in the UAE. And so we expect to operate in Dubai as early as next year. And of course, Dubai's regulatory framework is modeled after the U.S. regulatory framework. And given our close working relationship with the Dubai regulators, we have an opportunity to achieve conformance from a safety standpoint with their regulations while we make progress in the FAA certification process. So that unlocks an opportunity to start operating in Dubai a bit earlier than the U.S.
That's great. It's right around the corner then.
It is. We're coming up on it.
That's great. And the last thing I wanted to share with the public is that from a young person's point of view, there was this young engineer, was still in school, but at UC Davis, and his goal was to just get an internship with Joby. So I reached out to your internships person over there, connected him. But for me, that was just another example of how young people want to come back to the communities because there is a prospect of a career and training that excites them. And it's an example of that Joby is doing what it should do and generating that interest where young people wanting to come back and find careers with the local employer in Monterey County. So kudos to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Church.
Let's maybe get my speaker on here. Thank you for being, and being out here and choosing Marina in Monterey County. It's, the innovation, the opportunity that Joby really brings is really exciting. There's been some consistent presentation since I've been on the board here the last couple of years. So it's been great to see how this company has evolved and how it looks to the future. And, we're already seeing the opportunities it gives to folks down here who don't always have had that opportunity in a whole new, different field. But I really wish you guys the best going ahead as you have some challenges. As you said, you're kind of making your own template here. You don't have anything to follow. But it's I think it's a real bright future. I think this is, as you folks are really quite realizing, this is the future. This is the direction of things to go. And it's going to be exciting that we're here at ground zero, at kind of a ironic term to use for an aviation, but reference here. But that's basically, that is where we're at. And so really, again, appreciate all the great work.
All right, and I want to say thank you. I see Josh Metz in the back, and I know we've got our partnership with Joby, and it's been an honor to work with you on some of the state legislation pieces that have been moving, but also in kicking off the conference that you recently held in Monterey. I just saw so much great collaboration and really building up of our community in that room, folks that reached out afterwards from a bunch of different companies excited about pieces that are moving. So thank you for bringing that energy from really all over the country and the world to Monterey County. You could choose anywhere to have that conference, but you chose us, and bringing all those people here and showing them that the ground is fertile in Monterey County, not just for crops, but for innovation and technology. That was meaningful. So thank you for doing that for all of our residents and for Aurelio and his family and the rest of us who look forward to those opportunities for the next generations. Thank you for investing here. And with that, I do want to open this up to the public. I know we have a few hands up via Zoom, and so we'll go to Zoom now, and we'll ask the clerk to take us through who's got their hands up.
Michelle Clary.
Michelle?
Good morning. Good afternoon now. It's been exciting watching Joby kind of progress through here. Of course, one thing that piqued my interest a little bit was when they started talking about battery storage. I missed public comments. It happened so quickly, but Mosslandia became a Superfund site, which means we're toxic. So it would be really interesting to know how many batteries and where those battery storage for Joby are planning to sit and what's going to happen with that. But congratulations on the progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Phone number ending in 837.
837.
This is Brian Rosen here. The Trump administration is gutting the regulatory agencies that are regulating the safety of different things. For example, Elon Musk has already saved himself billions of dollars by gutting the agencies that were investigating his abuses, SpaceX, Tesla, et cetera. So you need to be really careful before you approve more battery storage that could cause a big disaster. I know you're interested in money coming into the county. That's understandable, but it needs to be done in an environmentally sound way. And I don't think we can trust the feds right now with Trump in control. He's basically gotten rid of all the safety programs. You know what they're going to say. They're going to say it's perfectly fine. Go ahead, as long as it makes money. So please be careful. Please be careful. We don't need another big battery fire explosion. Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye
next.
now.
All right. End of public comment. So we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. At this point, this was just informational. We want to thank you once again for all that you're doing. I know that as we continue to move forward through this, there's going to be more opportunities. So I want you to know the door is always open for you, and you're always welcome to come back and give us any more updates. I appreciate the collaboration. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Huge thanks for your support of us and our industry. We want to see more companies coming to Monterey County and creating job opportunities for folks. That's what we want. So,
all right.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Joey.
Thank you. All right. So next, we're going to jump into item 11 on our agenda, which is AB 1014 Rogers on traffic safety speed limits. Karina Bokanovic is going to be our presenter on this item. It'll be our last item before we recess for lunch.
We on? Oh, okay. Good morning. There we go. Good morning, Karina Bokanovic with the County Administrative Office. The item before you is to consider taking a position on Assembly Bill 1014 by Assembly Member Chris Rogers related to traffic safety and speed limits. In California, speed limits are determined by engineering and traffic surveys that assess the 85th percentile speed, or the speed at which 85% of vehicles travel in free-flowing conditions. This bill aims to improve road safety, particularly in high traffic and vulnerable areas, by providing more flexibility in setting speed limits and addressing local safety issues. AB 1014 has two main objectives. One is to establish clear guidelines for adjusting speed limits in high traffic areas with vulnerable road uses, such as locations with a high concentration of pedestrians, cyclists, or areas designated as safety corridors due to higher rates of collisions or fatalities. The other objective is to create the option to adjust speed limits on state highways, including reductions up to 10 miles per hour based on specific safety concerns. This bill aims to improve public safety by giving local authorities and Caltrans additional tools to adjust speed limits in response to specific conditions, such as the presence of vulnerable populations in high-risk areas. AB 1014 was recently heard in the Assembly Transportation Committee on April 21st and passed with a 13-0 vote and has now moved to Appropriations Committee. As noted in the report, the bill was considered by your board's legislative committee on April 14th. However, consensus was not reached at that time. The recommended action before you today is to consider taking a position on this bill. That completes staff's presentation, and we do have our state lobbyist, Kasha Hunt, on the line in case your board has any questions related to the bill.
Thank you, Karina. So I'll bring it back to the dais. I'll share that I did ask that this be brought forward for as an item today. I've got a particular community, Spreckles, who often cites the Spreckles Boulevard concerns. And now that we have the TNA housing on the other side of Spreckles Boulevard, we have a lot more near misses with the crossings there at Spreckles. And that flexibility for our local authorities to adjust the speed down by that extra 5 miles an hour could be significant in instances like that. We also have other rural partners throughout the state who've requested support on this particular effort, knowing that they've got similar issues outside of state parks near key draws to their community. And so just wanted to, I'm supportive of this effort and was hoping to bring that support to this board to see if we can't garner enough to send a letter of support. I'll go to Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I'm also really very strongly in support of this. There's just been a general direction, as I've raised here before, of local government losing control over a lot of items that they know better how things should be done at the local level than from Sacramento or from Washington. And I really became aware of some of this with the speeding before I got elected to the board, when there was, came before this board at one time here, and I think it was 2021, the possibility of raising the speed limits on some roads in North County. And when I reached out to Mr. Ishii at that point about that, I'm saying, why raising roads? If any, the speed limit, if anything, the speed limit needs to go down. And it was because of this 85% percentile. And what was happening is you're having congestion on San Miguel Canyon Road, so people are going down roads like Echo Valley and Elkhorn and Maher Road, speeding to get ahead, and that is just upsetting the data, because people are abnormally speeding so they can get ahead. And fortunately, there was some way to take that into some consideration, but that's the kind of problem that we face with the law and with this cookie cutter approach that one shoe fits all. And I agree with Supervisor Lopez onto this. This gives some local control over areas that we know best, whether it's Spreckles, whether it's our rural roads, whether it's going to be the highways, or wherever it may be. And I'm fully in support of moving ahead with this.
Supervisor Alejo. Counterpoint.
I'm of the other view on this. I abstained during our legislative committee for various reasons. But first of all, it was a 14-1 vote in the Assembly Transportation with one additional person abstaining or not present. But the reason I had concerns, and I spoke to Supervisor Lopez about this, I think this doesn't apply to Maher Road, it doesn't apply to Harris Road and Spreckles. This applies to state highways. So maybe the 68, maybe 183 in Castroville, the 101. It applies to state highways, and I think when it comes to state highway speeds, they should be consistent. If there's a 65 speed limit, it should be the same, uniform across the state, rather than in every other city. It's varying. But I think the original intent it's not really meant for Highway 101. It has to do when there is highways that intersect through urban areas, cities. For example, Market Street is a state highway. I think that's 183. So in those areas where you might have higher pedestrians, higher bicyclists, higher unhoused populations, then I think that's what it was intended for. But even before this bill, it was already addressed. It was addressed by the legislator Friedman, who carried the bill in just 4 years ago, 2021, to allow communities to lower the speed by up 5 miles lower, right? So if there's a lot of issues going on Market Street, the city of Salinas could pass a resolution, drop the speed limit another 5 miles to have people slow down where there's a lot of human, bicycle, traffic. So there's already a law that does that. This bill wants to take it a little bit further to allow another 5 miles. So then you could drop it to 10 miles, despite what our state standards are for state highways. And then I looked at, if you read the analysis of the bill, this would only allow them to Caltrans to lower the speed limits by another 5, but only under 4 conditions exist. One, it's in an area designated as a safety corridor. Number 2, in an area with high concentration of pedestrians and cyclists, as determined by the manual and uniform traffic control devices. So so it's not going to apply to highways in rural areas if it doesn't meet the standards of high concentration of pedestrians and cyclists. Number 3, it's in a business activity district on a highway that is not a freeway. Or the last one is to maintain or go back to pre-existing speed limits set on a highway that is not a freeway by a prior engineering and traffic survey. So it's very limited on what this is going to do, and I question whether it's going to apply to even the urban areas where traffic intersects in our highways. So I'm just skeptical. I think our state highway speeds should be uniform. I've seen the speed traps in the past in Monterey County. Notably, it was in Prunedale, where for a mile it was 65, and all of a sudden for a stretch in Prunedale, now it's the same, but there was a period of time where it would drop to 60, and that's where a lot of folks who, if they were traveling, say 5 miles, all of a sudden they're traveling 10 miles, and then they would be subject to ticketing at a speed trap there. That has since changed. They made it uniform in that area of our county. I think the previous law suffices. Let that work itself out. I just couldn't support this bill today. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Supervisor Askew?
Just curious if our Department of Public Works has any comments or thoughts to weigh in, given that they are familiar with our county roads.
Are they with us? Do we have Randy or Enrique or somebody from Public Works? Randy?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Excellent questions that all of you raise and excellent points that all of you raise. To that end, Supervisor Root Askew, the department has seen this proposed legislation, AB 1014. Our initial remarks is that we applaud every effort to enhance traffic safety for all of our road users, whether they be motorists or bicyclists or pedestrians or transit users or the truck drivers. There needs to be a nexus and a confluence for all of those, whether it be the delivery of goods to market or getting from point A to point B, or using a road to get from one side of the road to the other to get to one's school. And everyone needs to have that balance of having safety. This bill looks to achieve that. It does look in many ways that it wants to, as Supervisor Alejo pointed out, it wants to go one step further beyond the previously approved AB 43 from, we believe, the 2021 legislative session. That said, the committee that approves changes into the California Manual Uniform Traffic Control Devices has only recently released the latest set of revisions in what's called the Manual for Setting Speed Limits, a guidance document to the METCD. So all of those add up. These revisions are relatively new and we're all applying them or looking at ways of applying them. With the guidance that's been provided thus far, we see that there's opportunity that could benefit county roads and county road users and areas where it could be applied. But we will also caution to the points that were raised in the legislative committee that artificially setting speed limits or further reducing them down might not serve the best good of which was intended. Motorists drive the 85th percentile speed because that's what feels comfortable to them, and at face value, it's where they would normally drive. Setting it lower would, in many cases, increase safety, but sometimes setting it too low gives that false impression, and that, as Supervisor Alejo mentioned, a possibility of a speed trap of which that could be created. Again, a possibility. So all that said, all of these are good tools to use. The application of the tools is where one must take a fine eye to and make sure that the tool is being appropriately used. But all of this needs to be paired up with appropriate enforcement. Legislative can be established by your board, but we do need that enforcement arm to be equally as judicious and equally as diligent in making sure that it's being enforced and meaning something. So available for any further questions, and that's the department's comments at this time.
Great, thank you. So I guess what I hear you saying is that it would allow, if the legislation were passed, it would allow the flexibility for the county to, would allow more flexibility for how the county were to adopt speed limits, and then it would be up to the county to be judicious and appropriate in how we were to utilize that. But the risk being that in communities that weren't judicious, it could be abused in such a way that there were speed traps set by utilizing this in an inappropriate way. Am I hearing that correctly?
That is all correct. The one addition staff has is that this proposed AB 1014 applies to Caltrans as well. The previous law applied to local agencies only.
Okay.
So it would add Caltrans in there too.
So while it could be a good thing for Monterey County, it could be abused by other jurisdictions, and that's the concern that's being raised. Thank you.
All right, let's take this out to the public, see if we have any public input on this item. Seeing nobody coming forward in the room, we'll go to Zoom. I think we have a hand up for Ms. Cleary.
Yep, Michelle Clary.
Here. Even if you lower the speed limits, we do live on San Miguel Canyon Road, and we have zero law enforcement that actually monitor the speed limit dropping from 55 down to 45. And just note that I haul a horse trailer on that road. And so when I'm coming down and going the 45 miles an hour, people are using the center lanes to cut around, which can cause head-ons with people actually trying to turn into their driveways. So again, when you guys look at forcing things to go down, and I do believe it should go down in certain areas for sure, but you got to have the law enforcement. Don't think of it as a speed trap. It's not a speed trap. You guys don't even have law enforcement out there to be watching what the public is doing. And of course, these are people that are commuting, cutting through these roads at high speeds. So until you get, people there to actually enforce it, these speed limits mean nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we got. So I'll bring it back, and I'll just share, I do believe this will be helpful to communities within the county. I think about areas outside of like Point Lobos, where we have folks, again, we've talked about running across the Highway 1 there, and I know that it's more restricted, and I think that's in response to some of the concerns that have been raised. And so I know that we will be judicious, and I hope that others would in the future as well in implementing these. But as our communities change, specifically speaking to the required growth under our RENA figures and everything else, we're going to end up in unique situations where we'll need to implement these where we haven't been needed them in the past. Specifically, that's the thought that came to me with Spreckles, but also as we're talking about the Amazon facility within the city going up there as well. A lot of those trucks are going to go through town, and what speed is appropriate to go through a study is scary at times for the community, knowing that because people disobey the law, the 85th percentile is higher than the current speed limit, right? And so that flexibility to adjust in those periods is going to be helpful, in my opinion, to communities. So for that reason, I would make a motion that we take a position of support and see if there's a second.
Second.
All right.
Yeah, if I could just speak to it very briefly. I just think that Sacramento at times can go very far, right? I think we have our traffic models for a reason, and it's really easy for legislators in Sacramento, having previously been there, to say, oh, the answer is just keep lowering the speed, lowering it more, even though it goes against all our previous knowledge and research about proper traffic speed models that we've utilized in our past. So this is one of those examples where I said the existing law that modified it hasn't even been placed long enough. Now a new legislator wants to say, the answer is lowering even more. I don't know if that's the right approach. There's sometimes legislators in Sacramento need to say it's not just by keep going to the next extreme. Another bill down the road is going to, okay, let's do it lower to another 5. I just don't think that's sound policy, a sound approach to addressing some of these concerns. Enforcement is doing other traffic calming measures in these high traffic areas like Market Street here. There's other strategies that could be utilized to make things safer. Simply lowering the speed seems like an easy thing just to put out there when there's other things local cities and communities could be utilizing. So I'm going to vote no on this today.
All right, I appreciate the debate. With that, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Nay. Abstentions? The motion carries on a 3-1. Thank you. With that, we've arrived at the lunch hour. Great job, Karina. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We will reconvene here at 1:30. Thank you. We're sitting here at 1:30, so I'm going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect all members of the board are present except Supervisor Daniels, who's not with us today. I'm going to turn to Diego Celis for the announcement of the interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. And with that, we're going to jump into item 12, which is to receive a Health Department Clinic Services Bureau report on the financial status of clinic services, standalone clinics on the Natividad campus, and some conversions. So we'll go to staff for that presentation. Just to note for the record, this is, at the end of this item, there is a recommendation from staff that requires a 4/5 vote. And so with only 4 present, each of you has a do not pass Uno card on this one. All right, let's go.
Thank you, Chair Supervisor Lopez.
That was a nervous laugh by Elsa back there.
Board of Supervisors, county officials, members of the public. My name is Prashant Shinde. I'm the Bureau Chief for Clinic Services Bureau. I'm here with our finance manager too, Melchor Garcia, and we have 3 objectives here today, which we want to accomplish after our presentation. We want to present and submit to you the fiscal environment and the summary for Clinic Services Bureau. We have a specific ask for converting some of our standalone clinics into intermittent clinics. And we also want the further direction from the board in terms of next steps and regular updates. So with that, I would start on the presentation. Before I hand it over to our finance manager, I wanted to give a brief overview of who we are. So we are federally qualified health center, also known as community health centers. We are federal grantee. We are in operation since 1995. Up until 2019, we were something called as FQSC look-alike. And in 2019, we became full-fledged FQSC, federally qualified health center. Currently, we operate 12 clinics. We are a network of 12 primary care clinics, including 1 mobile clinic. And we serve every year anywhere between 42 to 45,000 Monterey County residents, generating around 180 to 190,000 billable encounters. We provide full spectrum primary care services, and one cornerstone of our FQSC is we provide services to the residents regardless of the ability to pay, national origin, religious orientation, and so on and so forth. So the next objective is to give an overview of our business model, especially in terms of how our finances are set and what our revenue model is. Currently, we have almost 86% or 90% of our revenue comes from Medicaid or Medi-Cal. And the FQSCs, instead of California, get paid by something called as PPS rate or per visit rate. The PPS is an acronym which stands for Prospective Payment System. And in essence, the PPS rate is based on the cost-based reimbursement. So in simple terms, when community health centers open a clinic, they operate for 1 year, they submit the cost report to the DHCS, and then there are some definitions of allowable cost, not allowable cost. And a main guidance for the cost is it has to be related to direct patient care. So for example, my time here is not related to direct patient care, which will not be allowed under the DSCS cost report. And then you operate for 1 year and then submit the cost report and also submit your utilization or how many patients you served. They hold us accountable for minimum standards. And for example, if the cost is $100,000 per year and you served 1,000 patients, so your per visit cost is $100 per visit cost. So that's how we get reimbursed for almost 90% of our productivity or the patients which we see. The advantage of this cost-based model, especially for the FQSC, is the cost-based reimbursement is typically higher than what a private or a doctor's office would receive from Medicaid. And that significantly helps us to provide services and reinvest in our community. But one disadvantage of that cost is most of the cost, they're set almost for the life of the clinic. There are very few avenues in terms of getting the rate reset. And then down in the presentation, I will present one alternative option which we have in getting our cost changed or assigning some of the clinics to a higher cost rate. That being said, CMS, Centers for Medicare Services, from every year does adjust the cost, which is based on MEIs or Medicare Economic Index, and it ranges from 1% to 3 or 4%. So that's the only increment every community health centers or FQSCs get every year, but we have been in operation since 1995. Our most latest cost was set almost 10, 15 years ago. So our labor cost, our cost to provide services, our investments in IT and supplies have been going up, and our reimbursement is stagnant because 90% of our revenue is tied to that visit-based reimbursement model. So with that background, I would hand it over to Mel, who is our finance manager, to give you an overview of our current fiscal year and the fiscal year which we just closed.
Thank you, Prashant. Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Mel Garcia, Finance Manager for Clinic Services. I will start by providing an overview of the financial position of Clinic Services for fiscal year 23-24. We ended the fiscal year with a deficit of $15.7 million. We were able to bridge this gap using the funding sources listed below: general fund contributions, support from other health bureaus, and a transfer from the BSA account. This large deficit was due to the low reimbursement rates. As mentioned in the board report, Clinic Services is reimbursed under the prospective payment system, PPS model, which are flat rates set by the state. These rates, as Prashant mentioned, have not kept up with the rising cost of providing care and are no longer sufficient to cover the cost. Only minimal adjustments are seen over the years. As a result, the gap between the reimbursement rate and the cost per visit has widened over the years, which is reflected in this large deficit that you see here. For reference, in fiscal year 24, the PPS rate was $228 versus the cost per visit of $415. Looking ahead to fiscal year 25, we are projecting a deficit of $20.5 million. This deficit is driven by the same factors mentioned in the previous slide: low reimbursement rates and high operating cost. This estimate also reflects a remaining funding gap of $11.4 million, 6.5 from the pause of billing, and 4.9 million from state invoices. From here, I'll turn it back to Prashant to walk us through the intermediate strategy.
Thank you, Mel. And I would also like the board to be aware that we have engaged an external consultant. He's online. Mr. Chris Zuniga is the CEO of FQSC Strategist, and he has been helping public entities like us. Most recently, he helped San Joaquin County to implement this intermittent strategy, and he's the subject matter expert. And should there be any questions, he's available on the Zoom. Thank you, Chris. So that brings to our next objective of today's presentation here is what is Clinic Services doing, or what options Clinic Services have in terms of right-sizing the reimbursement model. So incidentally, the most recent clinic which we enrolled in the DHCS system as a standalone clinic was the NIDO clinic, which came to us from Natividad Medical Center in 2019. We did the cost report, the rate setting cost report for the fiscal year 2021, submitted that in 21. DHCS takes anywhere between 2 to 3 years to do the initial due diligence. Last year, towards the end of the year, the independent auditor assigned to the case for the NIDO rate setting contacted us, and we then wrapped the audit. I'm happy to report that our finance team and with the help of our consultant Chris, we were able to successfully negotiate a healthy rate of $540 per visit for the NIDO clinic. And that gives us an opportunity to explore a strategy called as converting some of the clinics into intermittent clinics. So there are two types of clinics in FQSC scope. When the community health centers open a clinic, they have an option of opening a clinic, which is a standalone clinic, do the rate setting with the DHCS. It takes anywhere between 3 to 4 years, and not all community health centers are able to sustain without getting the rate right off the back. DHCS gives an intermittent rate, for example, the NIDO rate, intermittent rate which we got was 175, and the final rate we got was 540. So there's a vast gap, and not all FQSCs are able to sustain that. And the alternative option for the FQSCs is then to open up a clinic and assign that clinic, open as an intermittent clinic, and assign that clinic to the parent clinic, which is a much quicker and shorter process, takes 3 to 6 months, and get the benefit of the assigned parent clinic's PPS rate. So we have 6 clinics on Natividad Hospital campus. All clinics are within the walking distances. They provide same scope of services, and the NIDO clinic is also located on the hospital campus. So we have an opportunity to convert some of the standalone clinics on the hospital campus, assign that to NIDO as a parent clinic, and get benefit of the NIDO's healthy PPS rate. There was some ambiguity up until last year in terms of how DSCS would treat public entities like us, especially having and not having intermittent clinics and mobile clinics. There were some instances where DSCS was denying the request for mobile clinics, denying the request for intermittent clinics for public entities like us. But that was taken care of by the Senate Bill 819, which became effective in January of 2025. And in fact, we were the first beneficiary of that bill, and our mobile clinic was approved right in the first week of Jan by DHCS. So currently we have 4 intermittent clinics, so it's not a new thing for us. We do have 4 intermittent clinics. The only catch between, or the only difference between an intermittent clinic and a parent clinic is the intermittent clinic should not operate more than 40 hours a week. It can operate up to 40 hours a week, which is a full-time equivalent, but it should not operate 40 hours a week. There is no distinction between what the days would be, but as long as the hours are 40 hours a week, DHCS will honor that clinic as an intermittent clinic. The next slide shows the timeline of the process. It's more fluid. There is no prescribed method from DHCS in terms of what the process is, but generally, the first step is to seek the FQSC's full support from the board. So we have a community health center board which has a co-applicant agreement with you, and we went to the board. The board approved our request in month of April. And we also notified HRSA, the Health Resource Service Administration, which is our federal grantor. They approved our request. We simultaneously were in communication with DHCS. We notified the state of our intentions, and then simultaneously we were working with our human resources partner, labor and union partners, and we were transparent with our staff, and we worked with them to address any questions or concerns they may have in terms of staffing. And there are primarily 2 agencies which our consultants are working with the DHCS. One is the PED, Provider Enrollment Division, and another is ANI, Audits and Investigations Division. So between PED and ANI, they work collaboratively, and in 3 to 6 months of time frame, the process is complete, and the new rate is updated in something called as provider master file, and that's when we are able to get the benefit of the new rate when the rate is live in the state's provider master file. The one requirement which we have been advised by consultants is to hold billing when we go live, and the potential go live date is on the May the 5th for operationally for us, with the pay period starting in the May the 3rd, and then we anticipate we will have to hold the billing for just for the Medicaid, not for Medicare or other payers, just for Medi-Cal for potentially for 3 to 6 months. But once the rate is live and the process is approved, then we have ability to go and bill retroactively. Next slide. one thing which we wanted to be cautious and make a decision based on data in terms of like, how does it impact patient access? So what we did was we ran the patient appointment time utilization data for all our clinics for last 12 months when we did this exercise in August of 2024. And what we concluded was most of the care was happening in the blocks of 4-hour clinic schedules. So most of the care was happening in an 8-hour blocks. The only difference was some of the care was happening from 7 to 11. Some care was happening from 9 to 12. So slides 7 and 8 in your packet gives those examples of the two clinics. And one thing to note on this is that there is no reduction in the FTE or the patient contact hours by the doctors. So the physicians who are seeing the patients are going to maintain the current schedule, the current FTE. So there is no reduction in the patient contact hours. Next slide, please. So based on the data analysis which we did, in this slide you see what our current hours are and what our recommended hours are. So if you see, for example, Laurel Internal Medicine, our current hours are 51 hours, 50 hours per week. We are able to keep the same staffing. We are able to keep the same patient contact hours, but still have a clinic which can function 40 hours a week. Next slide, please. So with all said and done, I think this slide gives us a very conservative estimate of what the incremental patient revenue would be. So the first table is the PPS rate, the potential new PPS rate for the intermittent clinics. The rate is adjusted every October by CMS. So we are potentially looking at a rate which we may get, which will be effective up until September of 2024. And then we are expecting an MEI, which is assumed at 3% increase starting in October 2024. So if you see the differential between our lowest paid clinic currently is $330 additional for Laurel Vista, and our highest paid clinic currently is internal medicine. The differential is $200. So that's a significant increase which we are able to apply for our parent clinic. And the second table gives the projected visits, and those visits are based on our actual visits for last 12 months. So it's a very conservative estimate. So those 4 clinics on the Laurel campus serves anywhere between 70 to 75,000 patient visits. So we are looking at a 70,000 patient visits with the potential to bring $20 million additional revenue by implementing this strategy. And this is a conservative estimate. Any additional providers which we may hire, for example, we are in process of adding a chiropractor services on Laurel campus. Those additional visits will bring additional revenue on top of what you see in the slide of $20 million. So in summary, I think we do have high confidence in our process of getting approval. The only questionable thing is the timing. DSCS takes anywhere between 3 to 6, or it may be 9 months. I think not following this strategy, which is the quickest strategy for us to get our rate, may result in increase in our fiscal deficit, potentially contributing to employee concerns and decrease in the morale. We are able to maintain the access. So one of the advantages is by doing this, we'll still maintain the access. We'll be able to reinvest back in our primary care setup, potentially increase access. And this incremental revenue will be able to balance our budget. And one big thing which we'll be achieving by this is we will be getting rid of our reconciliation liability which we have every year. So even though we get paid by the visit, we have at least 3 funding sources how we get paid. So Alliance, which is our managed care plan, assigns patients to us, and we receive PMPM, per member per month contractual reimbursement. So that money comes to us every month. When we see a patient, we bill Alliance, and Alliance pays us based on our contractual fee-for-service agreement. And then we bill to the state, and state pays something called as RAP, or the difference between our PPS rate and what Alliance would have paid us. But that math does not always add because our PPS rate is low. So since last almost 8 to 10 years, every year we have been paying back the state anywhere between $3.5 to $4 or $4.5 million as part of a reconciliation. So the DSCS does reconciliation to make sure that how much we collected, and then the math has to add in terms of what your PPS rate is. So no matter how much we collect from our managed care plan and from the state, we should not collect more than what our PPS rate authorization is. So by having this new rate, we will get rid of our annual liability, which was in tune of like almost approximately $4 million. And we'll be able to keep continuing to invest in our scope. Currently, we have identified a need for oral and dental health services, for example. Our county does not have a good access for vision and optometry services. That's something which Clinic Services is exploring, and also making investments in our QI department, population health department, language access needs which currently we have, and some allied health needs which our patients have expressed desire in terms of like chiropractor or acupuncture services. So those are the future things which I think we'll be able to support with this increased cash reserves. That brings to the staff recommendation, as it laid out in the slide. To receive, the first recommendation by the staff is to receive the report as presented for the financial position of the health department clinic. The second ask is specific, which requires 4/5 of vote to request additional $6.5 million of GFC support. And then the last recommendation is provide guidance to the staff for future updates. With that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We'll come to the dais. Questions from the dais? All right, we'll go to the public. See if there's any public input on this presentation. Invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom in order to be recognized. We'll go with folks in the room first. Seeing nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom. Seeing no hands going up, we'll bring it back to the dais. Comments, questions, a motion, or direction? We've got a motion for staff recommendation, a second from Askew, first from Alejo. Any additional comments? I see you chomping at the bit there, sir.
Yeah, just a couple there. I noticed on the hours that were being proposed, because we had to shrink down in an hour, it looked like. With the family practice and the pediatric clinic, it was both being done around 12 to 1, I understood. But it seemed like on the pediatric clinic, it was actually a big drop off after 4. So I'm kind of curious why we're looking at 12 to 1 for both of those.
Good question, Supervisor Church. So if you see slide, I guess it's 7 or 8 for the Laurel Pediatric Clinic, what we have seen is there is very little utilization after 4 p.m. So in last 12 months, only 450 visits happened after 4 p.m. So we think that by having a pediatric clinic access from 7:30 up until, as proposed, I guess it's till 4:30, we should be able to maintain the same access for the patients.
Okay, I guess, but we're still closing 12 to 1.
Yes.
Yeah. Which for the pediatric clinic, there was more patients 12 to 1 than there were after 4. So that was sort of my question, why we weren't just maybe closing that down, why we weren't staying open 12 to 1 and closing after the 4.
I think the 12 to 1 for the pediatric clinic, not all providers were seeing patients from 12 to 1. So we had a flexible schedule for the providers. So our staff, they have staggered lunches. So even though you see in that report, 1,500 visits were done during 12 to 1, there were very few providers who were providing those services. So by closing for lunch, we'll still have those providers working either in the morning shift from 7:30 to 11:30 or in the afternoon shift. So we'll still maintain that access.
Okay, yeah, I think that helps explain that drop off a little bit. And thanks. I was just trying to visualize how the best way to make minimal impact on the patients. So I think that was probably. I know the only other question I had is I know we're going to withhold the billing for some months, and then we'll go back and bill.
Yes,
Again,
that's right.
is there a deadline? We have to get that billing in case there are some hiccups along the way?
There is no deadline. We're going to resume billing as soon as the process completes with the state. And at that point, we're expecting it hopefully the second half of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy.
All right, I have a motion and a second. There was a question about direction on returning to the Budget Committee. Should we do quarterly at this point, given the close eyes needed to monitor this? I'm seeing nodding heads, noting those for the record. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries, and we've concluded the item. Thank you, Prashant. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Got your 4 votes also.
All right. That was a 4-0 for the record.
Laugh regularly now.
With that, we're going to go to Brian Flores and Donna Luna for a presentation regarding the master fee resolution schedule for our parks users.
Where's the button? Good afternoon. And I'd like to first start off by saying my apologies. There was a typo in the fee schedule that some of you may have gotten calls about. I most certainly did. So we'll go over that correction in this presentation. So. Okay, so...
The only typo I see is the gray hills there. I think they're supposed to be a red hue. We've been talking about that for like 3 years.
We're working on that. Okay, so we have, there's our new logo there, but we are working on it. So this is a presentation, and it'll be a very brief presentation on Article 5 of the County of Monterey Master Fee Resolution, which is the park users' fees for park use, enforcement, and rentals. It was last updated April 8th, 2021. So in the presentation today, we'll go over authorization for the fees, some major changes to the fee article, and correction that we need to make before it goes live, and then open up for questions and comments. So authorization for the fees is governed by California Government Code Section 50402 and the county's General Financial Policy 7.4. These fees are not a tax, and they are exempt from voter approval pursuant to California Constitution and Proposition 26. The fees reflect the actual cost of the benefit or service provided and not intended for us to make a profit on, per se. Changes to Article 5 park user fees will go into effect 30 days after approval from this body, which would be, if it is approved today, May 29th, 2025. Major changes that you may have noticed is that the day use entry fees were removed. Back in 2020, I believe, when the Board of Supervisors removed or waived the entry fees for the day use parks, a fee article update was not done at that time. So those fees were still in there, and we've removed those fees. The Lake Nacimiento fees, which were originally kind of spread out throughout the fee article in the different categories for lodging, camping, day entry, boating, etc., have been consolidated into one section, which makes it easier for the public to read and discern where the charges are. The Laguna Seca recreation fees have been removed, with the exception of the rifle and pistol range within the concessionaire agreement with the Friends of Laguna Seca. They annually will present a list of fees to me as the county representative for Laguna Seca, and then I have the approval authority based on their contract. And then at that time, then we would put them, either have a link or have them on our website. And then the other major change is that we did a fee range, so a low and a high, for camping, lodging, boating, and recreational amenities such as wakeboards, stand-up paddle boards, etc. This gives us the ability to have a respond to market demands, dynamic pricing models. It gives the director additional authority to move, I shouldn't say additional authority, the authority to move within that fee range. And just for clarification, the fee range, the actual range, say it's from $10 to $40, that range is the fee. And so that's why the director would be able to move within that fee range. And then the correction, and it couldn't happen to a worse place. So we removed the day use entry fees from the fee article. However, because as you noticed, it was a very large red-lined document, and there were numerous cleanup changes that we made. A few squeaked by, and Toro, Jack's Peak, Royal Oaks, and San Lorenzo were left in, and it gave the perception that we will be letting everybody else into the park for free except active duty, retired military, disabled veterans, and seniors. So we will remove that upon finalization of this. And those, the only day use entry vehicle fees that would still be applicable would be for Lake San Antonio and Lake Nacimiento. So we did find a few periods and commas here and there that will be corrected as well. But other than that, that was the major correction that my phone blew up on when the agenda came out, as you can imagine. So next up, comments, questions from this board.
All right, I'll take it out to the public first, see if we have any comments or questions. Seeing nobody in room, we'll go to Zoom. Seeing no hands up via Zoom, we'll bring it back to the dais. We'll go to Supervisor Church.
I'll spare Mr. Flores any comments from the fee schedule, but glad we got that corrected and happy to support this.
All right, we got a motion. I'm going to take that as a motion, right?
Yes.
I got a second from Alejo. Any additional comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Good job.
Thank you very
I had
much.
you down for a 60-minute presentation, so that was a much appreciated shortening. With that, we'll proceed with today's agenda. Moving on to our public hearing to consider accepting the 24 annual report pursuant to the County of Monterey Conditional Approval and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. We're going to go to Mary Israel for that presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and supervisors and members of the dais. My name is Mary Israel. I serve HCD as the Condition of Approval Program Supervisor for Conditions of Approval Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and I'm here today to present the program's annual report. For some background, the board adopted the Condition of Approval Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program in 2001 with Resolution 1391 as a result of the Leaper Settlement Agreement. After a second litigation in 2011 alleging that the county was not complying with its obligations under the prior settlement and under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, a second settlement improved the program's CEQA compliance, its related mitigation monitoring and reporting procedures, and the ability of the public to review and monitor compliance with CEQA. Amendments to the administrative activities of the program in the years since have resulted in a robust and accountable program that now runs without court-related obligations. So the program applies to projects with conditions of approval and mitigation measures. Projects approved without mitigation measures are exempted from program compliance, but staff monitors condition compliance on those projects in the same manner, accepting documentation from permit holders, reviewing and updating the statuses when a given condition is met, and creating publicly accessible forms that show both the condition requirements, the staff review notes, and the evidence for compliance. California Environmental Quality Act gives us the framework to reduce the significant environmental impacts of land use projects when it is feasible to do so. Lead agencies identify feasible measures or changes to projects to mitigate impacts, and then lead agencies and responsible agencies adopt mitigation measures with monitoring requirements through permit conditions, agreements, or other measures. CEQA also requires that lead agencies ensure implementation. The program is the set of procedures that ensure implementation on planning's conditionally approved projects. So you may be asking, what is this annual report that is before you? Here's the simple breakdown of what's included in the report. The annual report presents the status in January of this year for all projects approved with mitigation measures in 2024, and older projects that are selected by the CAPS, which is me in this role right now, during 2024 for inclusion in this annual report. So per the program, the information that's required to be in this annual report is a brief summary text with a summary chart of all the projects included. Then you find a series of responsible departments' annual reports. Those are annual reports that certify their project's compliance within the program in detail. And by program definition, responsible department are those teams or agencies that prepare, monitor, or report on compliance with mitigation measures. And finally, the report includes staff training documentation that staff who are all trained who are in responsible departments are also new planners. So here's a brief summary of the 11 projects that were subject to the 2024 annual report. The county certified 1 final supplemental EIR and adopted 9 project-specific mitigated negative declarations. These 10 recent projects are currently working toward compliance with their conditions of approval and mitigation measures. So I often refer to those as COAMM. There were no compliance issues described in the certifications from responsible departments for these projects in this reporting period. The older project identified by the CAPS and County Council for this annual report is the Bishop Ranch Pasadena subdivision, which has one ongoing monitoring condition of approval, number 155, for golf course turf water usage monitoring. The Bishop Ranch Pasadena project was chosen because it came to the attention of the CAPS that the subdivision had recently been sold. We wanted to ensure that the monitoring is continuing with the same precision. Staff found that the site manager administrating condition of approval 155 for this subdivision is the same person, although there's new ownership. He was familiar with the reporting requirement and submitted timely reporting. No interested parties requested any other older subdivision projects to be included in the 2024 annual report within the year of 2024. So here's our list of responsible departments. In 2024 year, the EIR and MNDs had conditions of approval and mitigation measures added and or administered by these responsible departments. Planning always has some responsibility to mitigation measures, as these are planning permits. There's a responsible department report from each one of these groups within the 2024 annual report. Condition compliance requires many steps, including pre- and post-hearing dialogue with permit holders, receipt and review of condition compliance documentation, and specific tasks that are done in a SELA. Staff require training to do these things effectively. In 2024, the CAPS and Deputy Counsel Robert Breyer trained all responsible department staff on January 19th and May 22nd, with the hiring of 2 permit technicians to support planning and the administration of condition compliance. The CAPS trained them on February 20th, 2024, and then in ongoing team meetings. So staff received a letter commenting on public trails planning that was put forth in directing toward this hearing. So if a subdivision includes a trail for public use, the condition of approval is limited to the requirement for the subdivider to submit an irrevocable offer to dedicate. And once submitted and approved by Parks, the condition is met. The subdivider can record the final map when all the other conditions prior to final map are also met, and subdivisions included in the LEAPR settlement review and since have met these conditions. So with that, the recommendation of staff is to recognize that action taken on receiving this report is not a project under CEQA guidelines section 15378B5, as it is an administrative activity. And two, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution to accept the 2024 annual report. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mary. Questions or comments from the dais? Quiet bunch today. We'll go to the public, see if there's any public input. Seeing nobody coming forward in room, we'll go to Zoom. Anybody via Zoom?
Yes, Richard Rosenthal.
Mr. Rosenthal, we'll go ahead and give you the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor, excuse me, Lopez. I want to thank Mary Israel for the project report I suggest adding September Ranch and Abalone Creek to the older projects for next year. I provided each of the supervisors a letter outlining the trail mapping work that I have done along with other individuals as part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. This is the 5-year anniversary when we turned over this material to the planning department, and we have yet to meet with anybody regarding moving forward with the material and the draft trail plan. I am requesting that the board direct Director Spencer to meet with us within the next month and then report back to the board within 30 days thereafter. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Any other hands? All right, seeing no other hands up, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. I've got a motion from Supervisor Alejo. All right, to accept staff recommendation and the report as stated. Is there a second? I've got a second from Askew. Additional comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good to see you both. And with that, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Calling to order, let the record reflect that all members are present except for Supervisor Daniels. We have one scheduled matter, which I believe will be a presentation from Ara Ashdarian to authorize the General Manager to negotiate an interim City of Salinas Industrial Wastewater Treatment Facility effluent agreement with the City of Salinas and Monterey One Water. For that presentation, we'll go to Ara.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. In your packet today is the draft agreement that has been negotiated between the City of Salinas, the Water Resources Agency, and Monterey One Water. This agreement came about after the city had reached out to the Resources Agency and M1 to request that Monterey One Water be able to take more of the industrial wash water that is the product of the agricultural food processing businesses within the city limits. So there's about 25 food process. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. There's about 25 food processors within the city limits that rely on the city's industrial wastewater system, and periodically their needs exceed the capacity of the system. And so the city, in order to better meet the needs of those food processors, the city was requesting a commitment to take at least 1 million gallons per day of the wastewater for treatment. Under a 2015 agreement between the Water Resources Agency and Monterey One Water, the Water Resources Agency has a first right of refusal on the use of the city's wastewater. And because we are in a good storage situation for the 2025 irrigation season, our current forecast suggests that we don't have demand for this water this year. And so the agency is willing to forego its first right and make this water available to Monterey One Water. Monterey One Water can do one of two things with it. It will either treat it for Pure Water Monterey and inject it into the Seaside groundwater basin for the benefit of the peninsula, or it will treat it for discharge out to the ocean if there isn't demand or capacity at the Pure Water project. And so the agreement, I think, does a very good job of sort of recognizing the needs of the city, recognizing past agreements between the Water Resources Agency and Monterey One Water. It assigns the costs to the beneficiary, if you will. And so if the Water Resources Agency chooses to utilize that water, the costs would come to us. If the water is treated for disposal, the costs would go to the city. And if the water is treated by Pure Water Monterey and utilized in the Seaside Basin, then the costs would follow Pure Water. And then lastly, if there happens to be some sort of change, either an emergency shutdown at the Salinas River Diversion Facility or some sort of operational change at the reservoirs that would require the Water Resources Agency to utilize the city's water for some period, the agreement does allow for redirecting that water back to the agency for currently unanticipated use. And so that's the big arc of the agreement. It has been recommended by the Water Resource Agency Board of Directors that you all consider this for approval. It has also been approved by the city and by Monterey One Water. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ara. Questions from the dais? Hearing none? Oh, all right. We'll go to the public. Seeing nobody in room? No hands up via Zoom? Bring it back. Looking for authorization here, so I'm assuming we can do that as direction from the dais.
So moved.
I've got a motion. After that bite, we'll call it a second. I've got a second from Supervisor Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. With that, we're going to, thank you very much, Ara. We're going to recess and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. 1:30 items with a note that Supervisor Daniels is not with us as part of our attendance. Moving forward, we're going to jump into county administrative comments because we don't have any new referrals.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments. CAO De La Rosa and Karina Bokanovich from our office, along with, I think, most of you attended the CSAC Legislative Conference in Sacramento last week. Apparently it was very productive. There was discussion of a CSAC homeless pilot project, which the county may be interested in going forward, a new approach to addressing some of the homeless issues. And then in terms of highlighting departmental accomplishments, we have two departments we wanted to highlight and recognize today. One is Public Works, Facilities and Parks, and Director Ishii is here in the audience. And then the other is Department of Social Services. These are two, as you well know, large, very busy departments that have a lot on their plate. And so I'm going to just hit the high points of some of the accomplishments. I don't mean to miss over some of the others, but it would be a long list if I read everything here. In terms of the public works function per se, some of the recognition and accomplishments are continued on Measure X initiatives, such as completing several paving projects, including resurfacing sections of Carmel Valley Road, Reservation Road, River Road, and Alisal Road. Completion of the Hartnell Road Bridge Replacement Project, the Bradley Road Bridge Scour Repair, and the Nacimiento Lake Drive Bridge Replacement Project. Completed several neighborhood street projects in the communities of Baranda, Castroville, and Las Lomas. Completed plans for Pajaro improvements using AB 102 funds with construction starting soon. Completed the design for Carmel Valley Road and Laurellis Grade roundabout projects and completed 3,970 service requests for road repair, signs, signals, and striping, tree pruning, removal, and litter abatement. The facilities part of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks covers quite a range of projects. And just hitting some of the high points, processed and addressed over 11,000 service requests, including a lot of preventative maintenance, grounds requests, other types of service requests. The Capital Projects and Architectural Services Division completed the 331 Sanborn Alisal Integrated Health Center, which is an 18,000 square foot two-story building in East Salinas. The project was completed in April 2024 under budget and has been awarded Project of the Year by the American Public Works Association local chapter. Quite an achievement. The fleet unit under facilities processes numerous work orders and mechanical repair-related functions for the county service fleet, including equipment purchase and vehicle maintenance. And then the Real Property Division, also quite busy, completed the transfer of over 40 water resource agency-owned easements within the Pajaro River area to the Pajaro River Flood Management Agency. And the mail operations unit processes an incredible amount, 575,000 pieces of mail. Records retention has responded to over 18,000 requests for records management and shredding services. And having toured that facility, it's quite an operation, very important to what we do. And the Parks function, and Chief of Parks Brian Flores is here in the audience as well, numerous accomplishments, some of which include successful transition of Laguna Seca Recreational Area from management agreement to a concession agreement with the Friends of Laguna Seca, a $3.1 million Nacimiento Lodge refurbishment, including roofing, siding, window replacement, and full interior remodeling underway to be completed in May of 2025. And having been at that site a few years ago and seeing the condition it was in, this is quite a project and will be a wonderful addition to that facility. And then for the Department of Social Services, some of the recognitions there, the Family and Children's Services, and this is under our new director, Roderick Franks, and I don't know if Roderick might be online, but Family and Children's Services Unit from January 2024 to June of 2024 has completed 26 adoptions, 22 reunifications, and established 5 legal guardianships. The Military and Veterans Affairs Office earned 1,144 VA Disability Compensation Awards, resulting in $4.4 million in one-time retroactive payments and $2.5 million in recurring monthly compensation payments for our county veterans and their families, a significant accomplishment. The Department of Social Services, mostly through the Community Benefits Branch, administered Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and CalWorks benefits to 234,977 residents of the county during calendar year 2024, benefiting some 98,000 children, 114,000 adults, and 21,000 seniors. And the department recently took delivery of a mobile office outreach van funded with competitive grant awards. The outreach van will be used to reduce barriers by bringing DSS services to all areas of the county. So 2 very busy, very important departments and with some significant accomplishments that we just wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. We'll go to Supervisor Alejo for board comments first this week.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and thank you for your CAO report, Mr. Chulos. I had to leave early last week, but I know Chris brought it up, but wanted to thank everyone who helped us for this beautiful mural unveiling in Chular, especially the Arts Council and the muralist Hanif Pani of Seaside. What a wonderful artist and what a beautiful piece of art he left for the community of Chular. And we thought it was going to be hard to get 100 people. We had over 300 people show up. We even ran out of tacos that day. So it was a good problem to have. And I want to thank all the lowriders, all the speakers. We had some families who came from the Guanajuato, Mexico, a guy who came from LA, San Jose, Santa Cruz County, and all over Monterey County, and some from San Benito County. So
and the mobile unit that was just mentioned.
And the mobile unit, yeah, its debut was right there. So I want to thank everybody, but what a beautiful piece of art and a beautiful, heartfelt ceremony that really meant a lot to some of the original braceros that we honored here. We invited them back, their families. Some of them that we honored here in 2023 passed away, but they participated, their families participated on that Friday. Also want to really thank the ACE, the Asian Cultural Experience, who had their festival last Saturday in Chinatown here in Salinas. A really beautiful event, both at the Japanese and temple, the Confucius Church, and at the Filipino Hall. Good food, good music, good culture, and really good vibes. So thank all the organizers. Last but not least, we had our CSAC conferences that was just mentioned. I think some bad news is coming. We had a meeting on Friday with the governor, the CSAC executive officers. I think there's budget's going to be painful. They expect it to be a $20 billion deficit. We will know during the May revise, May 8th or 9th. But even from the governor's message, he conveyed, and this is just a state budget, it may get worse when the federal budget comes out in September, but the message was clear. There's not money to backfill because of the deficit. There's not a lot of money to backfill a lot of the shortfall. So there's going to be a lot of pain for our communities. We faced a $26 billion deficit before, but this will be worse because of the federal cuts that are on top of that. So something to look out for, but I think there's some really challenging times ahead of us. And it's going to put people's lives on the line. If it's Medicaid, if it's our hospitals, if it's our children and seniors, the most vulnerable are going to be hit the hardest. I did want to just say that our next annual conference is in Santa Clara, so they wanted me to tell Mr. Church we would love to have you all 5 of us join us. Because it's close by in Santa Clara, right? So that's the first week of December. If you could put on your calendars, we have more participation from our CAO's office, communications, other departments who are coming. So I think last year we had a record participation of our county staff. So since we're closer, I hope we get all 5 soups and more county staff to join us. All right, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Askew.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it's been a really busy. It feels like it's always really busy, but it feels like it's been extra busy. Last week, in addition to the CSAC conference, we had the Central California Alliance for Health annual retreat in Merced. So I was late to CSAC, but we were at the Alliance for Health retreat, where the Alliance is our local Medi-Cal managed care plan, which provides Medicaid care, Medicaid insurance for half of our residents here in Monterey County. So we spent quite a bit of time talking about what some of those impacts could be, not just in relation to federal budget cuts, but the impact of potential state cuts, and the harm would be significant if we do end up having either state or federal cuts flow through the Alliance to our members. So spent a day there, spent some time at the Alliance for, California State Association of Counties, was honored to have our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, present on a panel at the Women's Leadership Forum. She spoke about civility in local government. I was able to co-chair our Coastal Counties Regional Forum, which included a discussion about renewable energy, and specifically we spoke a little bit about the Moss Landing battery energy storage fire and the facility in the context of battery energy storage and the role that coastal counties have, specifically as it relates to some of the renewable energy functions of wind power and that are specific to the coast. So there really are some unique situations that are playing out there. I was honored to have Learning for Life high school student Rita join me at both the Alliance for Health retreat and the CSAC conference. It's great to be able to see these decision-making spaces through the eyes of a local student. And so thank you, Rita, for joining me. My staff was able to attend the Marina Coast Water District ribbon cutting for the A1, A2 tanks and the BC booster station. These stations will stabilize the delivery of water supplies as the Marina Coast Water District continues to grow their water delivery services. We also had a team out at the Seagrove ribbon cutting. This is in the city of Seaside, and Avila Construction celebrated the opening of the Seagrove project, formerly the Ascent project, new apartments on Broadway. These are apartments that have been, I think, 25 years in the making, 106 apartment units, including 1, 2, and 3 bedroom options, including 16 below market units. We were also able to attend the Business Council, Supervisor Lopez and I, the Business Council celebration, where our very own Department of Emergency Management was recognized as one of the awardees. Roderick Franks was there, but Kelsey Scanlon was recognized and gave an incredibly beautiful and moving speech So we'll figure out how to have her share that, I think, with some of us. But it was incredibly powerful and really great to have one of our own up on the stage. The annual labor awards dinner kept us all busy. And then finally, we had representatives of my team at the Safe Schools and Communities Leadership Breakfast, where many of our county leaders were featured as speakers, including Ginger Pierce from the Department of Social Services, Lana Nasora from the District Attorney's Office, including folks from Probation, Sheriff's Office, Health Department, and our County Assessor, Clerk Recorder, and more. So thanks to everyone for being a part of keeping our schools safe and partnering with all of the local districts. So yeah, and I'm sure there's more, but that's just what we thought to jot down to announce. And yeah, look forward to seeing everyone out in community next week.
All right, Supervisor Church.
So I do intend on going to Santa Clara. But, you know, there needs to be one supervisor that stays around here sometimes, does some work, you know, around so. But no, designated survivor. That's correct. So I do hope, you know, we do have a meeting on December 2nd that week, and perhaps the board will consider not meeting on that December 2nd, which is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. I don't think it's ever really a good time to meet because, have we canceled that? Oh, good. Very good. I know it was in the original statement. Thank you very much. So anyway, did get to go last Saturday to the Moss Landing Marine Labs open house. Very well attended. A lot of real young people there learning about marine science. It's a great facility. Ran into a penguin, or man dressed as a penguin, who I should say is Dr. Ivano Aiello, who has done some testing on from the battery fire, as we all know. He was dressed as a penguin, which was interesting, and helping people park. It was extra little bonus is that the Fritos tacos were there with their vegan tacos, which are very good and highly recommend them. Have tomorrow at 5:30 to 7 at Everett Alvarez High School Library at my town hall for Salinas. And this Saturday is in Salinas train station, even though it's not the official day, it is still the Cinco de Mayo food truck event, I believe. I think it's this Saturday. Hopefully, you know, it's not the next Saturday, but I think it's this Saturday coming up. 2 to 9 with music, games, and lots of great food. And if I have the wrong date, then it's the following Saturday when they're doing it. But I do think it's this one. It's they did have a food truck event out there about a month ago. It was a really great success on that. And just to close and to keep myself on good terms at my home, I should announce that this is actually my anniversary.
All right. I'll share a couple. Just enjoyed the labor dinner. Couldn't stay the whole time because we had to run over to the MCBC event. That was a great event. Honored to sit with Cal Water and jump up there and actually steal the mic for a minute and talk about a little their work innovating in unique ways. And it was a great night with some incredible honorees who I know we passed resolutions for, including Julie Packard and we had Cal Water up there. I have to say, though, Kelsey absolutely blew the crowd away with her closing presentation there. So congratulations once again to the entire team at DEM and Kelsey for their work. I also had the opportunity to attend two Dia de los Niños events, which celebrates the child, and it's a day that's very big in Latin America. And so to be able to do that, celebrate that Saturday with Mayor Velasquez and Soledad, and then on Sunday with the community of Gonzales, including Councilmember Orozco, was extremely heartening. I was able to get out and play a lot of games with my kids and spend a day just celebrating them and childhood and just the occurrence of what childhood is and allowing them to dream and play with their hands and other kids was an absolute delight. So just want to thank those folks who highlight that event and make sure that it's something that goes recognized and celebrated in our communities. It was a very special way to spend the weekend. Then I do want to share that this week I will be spending a little bit of time with RAI, which is the Rural Advancement Institute here in Monterey County. They heard about the tour we did last year with RCRC. showing folks what we called then a peek behind the lettuce curtain, and they wanted the same. So we're bringing in some key leaders from throughout the state to see what we do in Monterey County on the tech side, including a trip to Joby and some other really unique experiences that we have here. So looking forward to having those about 12 leaders from the state level coming to visit us, and I'll be on that tour with them for a couple of days here in the at the end of the week. But also want to acknowledge that later this week we'll be acknowledging the Ag Woman of the Year. It's an undisclosed individual. They get surprised at the event, brought in, and so we're excited to celebrate the it's the Grower Shipper Association Foundation's Ag Woman of the Year. So just want to acknowledge that we'll be doing that this Friday as well, and looking forward to that. And then we'll announce that Monday will be the first 5 Monterey County annual advance. We set out our work for the coming years, and obviously with all the conversations we've had today in this room around challenges to healthcare, challenges to clinics, challenges to our community and immigration status, I think it's more important than ever that we focus on that work. And so starting at 8:30 next week in Marina at the library, we'll be spending all day talking about the work of First 5. So if anybody in community wants to come out and join us, we encourage you to do so. And then lastly, I'll share that next week, post this meeting, I'll be headed back to DC once again to meet with the administration regarding some key issues for RCRC, as well as obviously Monterey County on that journey back, once again trying to get things moving in the right direction for our communities. And so with that, I'll go ahead and close my comments and take us to County Council to read us out of closed session.
No reportable action from closed session.
All right, with no reportable action, we'll go ahead and adjourn both the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Thank you, everybody.